I'll open the meeting with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai ki te hui o te Kōrau Tōtōpū, the Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee, I tēnei rā. Please let me or Elise know if you intend to leave the meeting. Morning tea will be around 11 o'clock following public participation and presentations from our CCOs. I just want to give you a little update on the fun aspect of this morning, which is some technical difficulties we're having. So for the procedural votes that we will start the meeting with, your votes will not be on the screen, and instead we will go to the lovely Steph for a verbal update on the outcomes of those votes. The other thing that is currently the case is the councillors that are online are not able to join us currently, but technical help is on the way and we will address that very soon. So let's keep calm and carry on. And we will start with apologies. So, e whakakoto ana au I te motini, I will move the motion to accept the apologies from Pouiwi Hohaia for lateness and Pouiwi Kelly for early departure. And probably we should maybe put those councillors who are online for lateness as well, Councillor Apanovich and Winera. Is there any other apologies? Councillor Pannett, I have not heard from Councillor Pannett, so let's take apologies from her for lateness. Maybe someone might want to follow up with her. Oh, she may not be online as well, potentially. Yeah. So, yes. And I see that Councillor O'Neill is going to second that, and we will put those votes for the apologies. Yeah. Has carried. Thank you, Steph. Conflict of interest declarations. Does anybody have any conflict of interest they need to declare? That does not look like they do. So we will move on to confirmation of minutes, approving the minutes of our meeting held on 9th of November 2023. That was, remember, the festival of Amendment Palooza. And so this meeting should be very simple and easy. And I just want to let you know we have a lunch with the CCOs to celebrate their work for the year at 1 o'clock, and would be wonderful if we could conclude our business before that lunch, and that is my goal, and with your cooperation I'm sure we can achieve that. So anyway, I will move the minutes, and Councillor O'Neill is going to second. Thank you, Councillor. That has carried. Thank you, Steph. Kia ora he mea mahui ki te rārangitake. There are no items not on the agenda, so we will move directly to public participation. And I would like to call John Swan to the podium. John, speaking on behalf of a group of Wellington ratepayers, to speak on the council balance sheet and spending. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthew, for the opportunity again to address the Council on matters relating to the long-term plan.
Sorry, current. Just at the table, the mic's not working. Just this one, yeah.
Oh, apologies, John.
Sorry.
Welcome to the table.
Table.
And sorry, we'll have to run a timer here because of the technical difficulties that we are having. But should I let you know? Would you like me to let you know at 9 minutes or something like that?
That'd be great. Thank you. I have some slides up, but I just want to give some background at the beginning of why I'm back here again. I'm back here because some further work has been done on the financials of the long-term plan that I wanted to talk councillors through to. And the last meeting of this committee accepted proposals put by the Citizens' Assembly, which is a group that is relatively new to the council, and it was interesting to have a look at the recommendations made by that assembly and the way that they coincided with some of the recommendations that have been made both previously and that I will be making today. It's clear that the Citizens' Assembly shares the concern as to the financial management and the future of the city financially in the same way as the group that I represent has done so. There is a slide, I've got a slide up on your screens, I'm assuming, and up on the larger screens that reveal, that display the financial reality of the city at present. The council, via its officers, issues statements, and they are revealed with time dates on the right-hand side of the slide, and they have no relationship to the financial reality of the current financial reality of the council that is revealed on the right column. The Citizens' Assembly has noted that they advise that the council review its capital expenditure program by prioritising spend and spreading capital expenditure over a longer period based on availability of funds. Now, there's no current indication that that is being undertaken by the council, and it's not difficult to identify financial mismanagement by considering the facts on this slide alone. I'd point you to the LTP's consistent underestimate of council spend and hence required rates increases that appear on the middle there. Operating expenditure is up 23% higher than that included in the 2021 LTP, and again, the 23-24 operating expenditure is 19% higher than that first included in the 2021 LTP. The higher initial 3-year costs in the LTP become the starting point for the next LTP. And that's what the Mayor was indicating to the media earlier in this process, that there will be rate increases higher for the first 3 years, but the point is that that's the only 3 years that are taken into consideration over each planning period. The second slide I've got provides councillors with a comparison of operating expenditure between this council and other councils around the country. The comparison to Auckland City Council expenditure is not flattering. They are on the immediate left. The expenditure of Wellington is leading the pack at $2 billion at the top end there. And the Citizens' Assembly, without necessarily having, without having financial information advisors when they met, available when they met, advised that within funding constraints, the council prioritises looking after the assets we've got before building or acquiring new assets. And the council looks at the most cost-effective way to look after its existing assets. Now, the bulk of expenditure over the last period has been on non-core assets. It's been on capital expenditure but at the same time, its operating expenditures is 54% higher than was predicted in the last long-term plan. There is no balance between core and non-core. The other councils, if you look at the slides, have got a better control over their books than the Wellington City Council has been able to achieve. The comparisons between cities are readily available. There are cost savings that can be made. Other councils have recognised the importance of this long-term planning process and have taken steps to reduce expenditure in fields. There is a workshop next week, I think, for the long-term workshop for councillors on the long-term planning. On the long-term plan, and it's hoped that council officers can bring some real prospects of bringing expenditure down and having that reflected in the rate that needs to be ultimately set. The third slide again demonstrates that the difference between the long-term plan projections and the actual projections of the actual expenditure incurred by the council. And the 2024 annual plan operating expenditure is 31% higher than that in 2018. And the same applies when compared, or 23% higher than the 2021 LTP. The dotted lines indicate, well, the red lines are related to the various OPEX periods, and the conclusion reached is reached by the Citizens' Assembly without access to that information was the council needs to increase diversity of revenue streams, current and new, with the end goal of reducing the percentage of funding arising from rates. The council should be considering investments in partnerships so as to best use resources to supplement rates revenue. There has been no evidence presently that those sorts of inquiries are being made in order to keep both the operating expenditure and the capital expenditure under some sort of control. The last slide has got an interesting one. I draw your attention to the red line, and that is the amount of funds that have been expended to Wellington Water for core infrastructure maintenance and replacement. The actual expenditure has dropped significantly, but at the same time the council is indicating that infrastructure is being looked after. Well, it's simply not reflected in the figures that show that slide, that halving of money made available to Wellington Water for that purpose. The level of service has got the largest rise in expenditure. The meeting additional demand and the core operating expenses are flattened out. It's
You have a minute to go, Mr. Swan.
Good. This slide demonstrates the impact of capital expenditure on the new services and the rapid decline of expenditure on funds allocated to Wellington Water for maintenance renewal of water infrastructure. To prevent insolvency, our city's immediate action is required to cease capital expenditure. That's the dark blue line. The council needs to continue actions that to stop work on the town hall, to stop work on the library reconstruction, to liquidate Let's Get Wellington Moving, have council officers cease work on the Zero Waste project, to cease the development of or redevelopment of buildings in Civic Square and not to proceed with further bike lanes and car park conversions from a revenue perspective. There must be a pause. There must be a pause to enable proper consultation and the availability of financial information in order that the land, the long.
We're out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Swan. I appreciate you taking the time to come in. I next call upon Don McDonald.
Thanks so much, John.
Good.
Much appreciated.
Welcome to the table, Don. Sorry, to the table, the podium. We're not. So you have 5 minutes, Don, but the timer's not working, so I have a timer here. So I'll just let you know when you're out of time, Don. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ray, and councillors. And okay, so the question was, which jobs would you like me to follow up? That's what Councillor O'Neill said. Which jobs should I be following up? I said 5,000 jobs. And the point is, all jobs must have a conclusion. What they found and what was reported doesn't agree with what was reported. Did they do what they were supposed to? And there's got to be an audit. I've asked for an audit many years, decades. That'll save money because you'll know you'll know if the job is getting completed. And when the job is completed, they know what to do next time because it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. So that's, you've got to have allowing for a recurrence. This is all health and safety and revenue. Obviously, the revenue, you've got to get the money coming in. So you've got to charge the cars for illegal parking. I don't know. This might be 101 government, but you would know. And the system is not good. For 25 years, the system is not good. I did Lagoima. Lagoima, mostly they don't answer. But the thing is, you have to study those answers there. It's valuable information. We found out that they don't know how much money they've lost. That's you. Now, what else? Rates and transport and infrastructure. Well, rates to me is dollars. Now, you know we pay goods and services tax, GST, that's 15%. 15% is the rate, 15% times. So that's a big problem. When you say rates increase, well, you've got to be careful when you say rates increase, because if the rate goes up and the value goes up, well, see, it's a multiplier. So we want, and Ray had a meeting at Kōrau, and he didn't answer the question. No, never. Nobody ever answered. Nobody's ever answered that. Okay, carry on. Job number, log job. They call it service request received. That's a lot of miles, Service, you just say log job. And the number is 868823. And I say, what have they done? They can't tell me what they've done. And this was probably at the zoo where the cars are everywhere. And all the councillors about greedy me. Somebody wants this, somebody wants that. Next page, page 2. Can we please make sure all jobs are proper signed off? The job has to be done and signed off by somebody who is responsible. If they don't get the job right, they will be down the road, as we know, Mr. K. They sacked one, but I say we have to sack 50 more, a lot more, because unfit. And the Ombudsman doesn't listen. Citizens Advice Bureau, Genta and Grant, okay. And you have to follow up what was found. And the complaint is true. The complaint is true. Now, Manor Street, there's a photo of Manor Street there in November. And Waripori, big sinkhole. It's been reported for 4 years, nothing happened, then it collapsed. I don't know, I came on the bus. Now, where are we? You have to read these articles. I send you lots of emails, and one councillor says, oh, we're still not doing it. Well, you know you're not doing it. So why they ask a question, are we still not doing it? Because you know you've done nothing. Carry on. Now that's what it says. Your ticket, Wayne City Council, shame, toilet, bus, parking, all this, has been closed. That's all they say. We hope that the ticket was resolved to your satisfaction. No, not resolved. What did you do? This is hopeless. And signed off fresh service. What is fresh service? I think that's the Chinese grocer, fresh service. And it's coming from COM. It's coming from overseas. That's what they do with all the jobs. Turn over. Here's the sinkhole at Waipori Street. Here's the fridge magnet. The fridge magnet's got the phone numbers on the fridge. Now, we've done a lot of work here.
I'm sorry, Don, we're out of time.
Oh, am I? Yeah.
Thank you so much. And if we don't see you again, Merry Christmas. So we're out of time for questions.
It's more a procedural one. Would we be able to have the previous presentation tabled, like it formally tabled and attached to the minutes?
That's fine,
Thank you.
yes, we are. Yep.
I have spoken to Mr. Roberts about Mr. Don's concerns, so I will just liaise with him to see if we can get some reporting information, just so it's dealt with.
Thank you for both of those points,
Thank you,
councillors.
councillors. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Don. We now move on to item 2.1, the CCO annual reports, and we are going to have the CCO presenters first. That's correct, isn't it? So I would like to invite Tansy Tompkins and David Perks, the chair from the cable car, to come and present. So we have 10 to 12 minutes for presentations, including time for questions. Sorry, our timer's still not working, so we'll set a timer. Elise is just coping so wonderfully under this pressure, and she's getting the 12 minutes. Shall I let you know at 10 minutes in case you haven't, we need to stop for questions then?
Maybe let me know at 6. In case
6? All right, okay.
Okay, so, I know we're meant to leave time for questions.
Yes, okay, we'll let you know at 6. Okay, off you go. Thank you.
Actually, am I turned on? Yeah. Kia ora koutou. Nice to see you all again. I'm looking forward to taking you through some of the annual report results. I'm sure you've all read it cover to cover, thrilling read. But just to go through some of the main highlights, which, starting with passenger numbers, and this is probably, if you look at the coloured lines, the blue line there is our FY22 results. We obviously set a higher target in our SOI, 624,000 passengers, hoping that with the borders opening that the market would rebound, and it did. So we received 922,000 passengers last year, which was pretty thrilling. So that's 48% above our targets. Sorry, I'm doing that double thing with the glasses. And correspondingly, you can see the fare revenue up there was commensurate with those passenger numbers. So we had a fare revenue total of 3.22 million, which was 60% above target. So for the following 3-year statement of intent, of course, if you look at those passenger trends, I have put those numbers going up. We're looking at 990,000 this year. I think we'll probably do more than that and hopefully get to beat our FY19 targets within the next year or so. And the breakdown of those passengers, so this sort of follows the trend that I've seen in the last year that I've been here. So the red chunk is our commuters, accounting for about, let's say, quarter of the business. That dark green side is our casuals, let's call them our tourists. They're paying full whack, $6 one way, $11 return. And then you go into wholesale, which is basically tourists, but booking through on a tour group or a shore excursion. Big chunk of family, still a pretty big chunk of Super Gold. We're pretty popular with the Super Gold card holders, and a little bit of schools and groups, which is an area that we're trying to grow as well. So that has remained pretty consistent since I've been here. So yeah, about 80% of our revenue is coming from our casuals and our tourists and our visitors. Performance-wise, pretty happy to have achieved most of the targets. Unfortunately, the one we didn't achieve was the waste reduction target. There's probably a couple of reasons for that we set the targets in 2020, 2021 when we weren't very busy at all, so pretty hard to set that baseline to go from. And also we had 300,000 passengers more than we were expecting in the year, so pretty confident we will achieve that this year. But it was nice from a customer experience perspective, the Google rating and the TripAdvisor rating. They've both gone up in the last year from 4.5 to 4.6, so credit to the team on that one. So some of the main highlights, don't worry, I'm not going to read through this whole page, but particularly proud of this piece of work. So when I came in, we had a good purpose and our values, but we didn't have that structure underneath of some strategic focus areas for the team to align behind. So we're working to this now under the current statement of intent, just really working towards achieving those objectives, and it's just helping the team when projects come in, not saying yes to everything, actually having a think about if that will help us ladder up to achieving our objectives and our vision. So going well on some of those projects. And this is the other big project which we're really proud of. So this is our tunnel portal, which is the bit across there, and the wall which is behind. Not very sexy, that's $1.6 million looking at that page, which is astounding. We're not going to talk too much about earthquakes because it's horrible. But we also completed the detailed design down in our Lambton terminal. And we've just done some of that work during our AMS, some brackets and stuff, and we also did the seismic and structural investigation of our 3 bridges, which of course is what informed our LTP bid. But great to get that job done. Another couple of highlights. So in December, I did just a little fare increase on our general admission tickets, so no changes to our local prices, of course, and that's gone really well. Hardly any feedback from anyone. It's pretty cheap for a North American visitor coming in. It's $6 for a ticket. They're quite surprised. So we'll be looking at a pricing strategy right at the moment, actually, just to see how we might change things again. But yeah, that went really well. It gave us about an extra $600,000 or $700,000 from December, which obviously allowed us to forego any of the operating grant funding that we needed. Also happy to have got our Qualmark Gold again, so in large part to the woman up there, Courtney Ronganui. So she apparently did one of the best pre-evaluation all the stuff that you have to fill in before. We had really good feedback from Qualmark about that. And we also got our Carbon Zero accreditation again, which was brilliant. And then some other fun stuff. We are the magnet for rainbow weddings. The celebrant that has she now just brings everyone there. So that the partner on the left there is holding a bouquet of broccoli. But yeah, so we're doing lots of fun stuff and helping people enjoy their journey into marriage. Our dogs are now free. You've probably seen our Dogs of the Cable Car calendar. So when we launched that, we've made doggy travel free as well. And then we just continue to see what we can do to help our artists and our musicians showcase their work. Apparently a wind quintet is really quite rare, unless you're at the cable car on the 11th of December. So a couple of our staff there and some of their students as well from the School of Music. So always looking for those opportunities. We've embraced our city ambassadors, not physically, that it wouldn't be allowed, but we had a session last year and I've just had one now. So the plan is at the beginning of every summer season, we get them along, we get the other CCO partners to just tell them what's happening and give them some lamingtons and stuff like that to thank them for their volunteer work, and really happy to have finally had our first Gateway students through. So we worked on a 5-week program last year and we took a couple of students in, so just supporting our youth there. And all sorts of other stuff, keep the team happy and support lots of causes, and also a lot of work that we're doing just to make sure that we're in front of our students. So University Expo, the Go With Tourism Expo, even the Council Careers Fair, just to make sure that we're taking those opportunities because we need them. That's a bunch of pretty pictures. Obviously, we light up our tunnels all the time for charities and citywide events, but I just wanted to make the point, that's that last picture with the big red square, that they are running out of life. And we will need to replace them. So that is something, it's not an LTP request, that is something that we're looking at the moment. They do need full replacement in the next couple of years sometime. That'll probably cost about $500,000 from the quotes we've been getting. And then just touch on a couple of challenges. So last time we spoke, we were looking at insurance. Rates had gone through the roof. We were looking at coming under the council policy, and thanks again to Barbara and her Treasury team. They're incredibly helpful. Wasn't the right time, but we did end up getting a reasonable premium for a slightly reduced amount of cover, and that's just where we ended up at. We spent a lot of last year getting ready for the snapper decommissioning, which has gone really well. So pretty happy with how it's gone. A couple of people get caught out, but it did give us an opportunity to try a locals rate as a transition tool, just charge the same as snapper was, $3.75. So we'll feed that into a pricing strategy and see what more we can do to help the locals. Bridges I've talked about. We're doing the detailed seismic assessment now. That costs a couple of $100,000, and that'll give us what needs to be done, highest risk costings, and then we can prioritise. And the last thing is just revenue generation. So these are all ongoing challenges. We obviously did really well in the last year with the borders opening, so just conscious of how can we continue to generate more revenue through pricing strategies and working with our CCO partners. And that's me.
Thank you.
Sorry to go over a bit.
And I have a question from Councillor McNulty.
I mean, the main question I was actually going to ask was what keeps you up at night, but you've sort of pointed to the challenges, so I'll take that as answered. The Kelburn precinct, I just noticed in a statement of expectations, has sort of reared its head again.
Yeah.
Do you, given the operating grant environment, are you resourced to lead this work? Do you think you can actually cut across, PSR and the others? I'm just curious how that practically is going to work.
I mean, I've sort of got a little bit of budget set aside to start looking at it, because for me, anything that we do in that area has to start from data and research, and that could cost quite a lot of money, but it's definitely, I've just pulled out all the notes again from the meetings last year, the Horizons work that was done, and yeah, we should be able to support it to a certain degree, but I'd have to figure out what we do first. And if research is going to cost $100,000, then we probably couldn't kick that off.
Do you think it's a valuable use of your focus and energy over the current period? It's something you do want to look into?
Absolutely, okay. Yeah, definitely. As you know, we do a lot of small things. There's an activation on Monday with Experience Wellington, and we're getting all the cutouts, and so we're sort of making something happen up there on a particular day. So there's definitely appetite from all the partners up there to do something. It's just finding that time, finding the resource, and just really understanding the scope and the expectation, I guess, from council as to what the end goal is.
Cool, yeah, I might have some questions of our officers around funding that, because it feels like we need to have a more integrated plan rather than just throwing it onto you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Brown.
I'm a big supporter of dogs on public transport, so I think it's fantastic that you've allowed it. And I've got a couple of questions about, the plan or what you've actually done. Is that one is
We've only got a minute and a half, Tim. So just quickly.
Yeah. So have other people been okay with dogs? The first thing, and the second question is that I've always felt that actually dogs should have to pay, and if you had them snappered, then you would actually know if the dog did something bad on the vehicle. And the reason I'm actually advocating that is, obviously you are a case study which hopefully Greater Wellington are keeping their eye on, because they're opposed to dogs on the buses, which so I would like to believe that your success could actually encourage them to see that dogs on buses could actually also work.
Yeah, I mean, the dogs are pretty well behaved. We have a clean-up kit. We haven't had too many problems. Yeah, they do pretty well. And I guess the reason we took the charge off is because we were only seeing our locals bringing their dogs, and the whole point of the calendar actually was to tell the rest of Wellington you can bring dogs on the cable car. Yeah, so we don't feel we need to charge them. They're not earning any money, so
I don't think we've got time for any more questions, sorry, but we will see you later for lunch. So thank you so much, and congratulations on a wonderful year. Thank you. Okay, and so next up is Wellington NZ. No Mai, Tracy, and Warwick and Heidi are here as well. And same deal, 10 to 12 minutes. I'll set the timer off. What would you like me to give you a signal?
Yeah, 6 or
7.
7.
I'll look for a pause. Thank you.
When you get bored, Thank you very much. Kia ora koutou. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. First of all, apologies from John Allen, our Chief Executive. He's sorry not to be here. But sitting with me, thank you so much, Heidi and Warwick, to support me. This is Heidi, our Chief Operating Officer, and Warwick, who's Head of Venues and Events, and who you probably all know is taking over from Shane as the next CEO at the stadium. So lovely to have the team here. I'm going to give you a really quick overview of our audited results for the year, but also, so as well as our KPIs, also just a little bit of colour on some other stats that you might not be aware of, and I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. I've put up our strategy there just so that you can see, if you wish to look at it in greater depth at another time, the framework that we operate under and the mission that we're working towards, which is creating a thriving Wellington region for all. Jobs for the future and placemaking are the main buckets of our work. Collaboration engagement is also crucial to what we do and how we do it on behalf of the city and the region. In this presentation, obviously, I'm not going to talk you through every single piece of work we did, but we're really happy to answer any questions either now or at lunch. So, first of all, these three KPIs are kind of our Uber KPIs in a way. And in terms of direct economic impact of our interventions, we exceeded that target in the year in review by more than 100%. This is really important at this time when our businesses are under so much pressure. And I just want to pause on that figure, because that means that for every dollar invested in Wellington NZ's work, there is a more than $10 return on the value. That obviously doesn't come to Wellington City Council, it goes to the businesses in our city. Yep. So it's generative investment. In the context of the challenging economic environment, unfortunately, we didn't meet the target of GDP growth, so that came in at 2% rather than 2.5%. Obviously, we're not responsible for that alone. And the mean annual earnings of people in employment in the region slightly exceeded the target that was set for us. On the visitor attraction and spend side, there's some really good news to report, and obviously this is an area where we put a huge amount of work in. It plays a really important part in the economic wellbeing of our region and the Wellington CBD in particular. In the year in review, we exceeded all of the targets set for us. The big measure is visitor nights in the Wellington region. These came to over 2.5 million for the year against a target of 2.4. International visitor arrivals were 151,000 on a target of 120,000. Australian visitor arrivals 109 against a target of 100. And visitors to Wellington spent a lot. Close to 1.1 billion for domestic visitors and another 262 million for international visitors, both ahead of the targets set for last year. I'm just going to add a couple of statistics to add some colour to that. The average international visitor stay in Wellington was 4.69 nights. And that $1.1 billion spent by domestic visitors is the highest amount ever on record that we hold. And you might also be interested to know that 18.6% of international tourists visit Wellington, so we do get a good share of international tourists, and they spend a third more here than they do in the other places they visit. So when they come here, they're spending. Back to the KPIs, another important area of work for Wellington NZ is the work that we do in seeking out and attracting and in marketing events to our region. In the year in review, the value of expenditure generated from events, including business performance and major events, was $103 million, which is significantly higher than our target of $75 million. And the number of Wellington residents who attended and benefited from those events was also higher, 615,000 against a target of 500,000. To add a little more colour again to those KPIs for you, in the year in review there were 486 events through our venues, and it's really important to note that the team, they don't passively arrive, the team actively goes and finds those, brings them in, supports them, markets them, helps them succeed. That number is a 124% increase on the previous year, and over the year we had 928,000 attendees through our venues and events, and all the buzz and excitement that generates. And you can see from that final statistics that these events don't just bring financial value to the city, they also bring vibrancy and positivity. All right, quickly, in terms of the business support side of our work, we felt slightly short of our target of filled jobs in the Wellington region for the year, coming in at 262,000. And the other KPIs in this area are support of graduates and also engagements with Wellington businesses. And in that area, we had 3,300 engagements with businesses against a target of just over 2,000. The last KPIs I'm going to report to you, and then I've got a couple more colourful stats, and then I will stop. So 2 more KPIs that I just wanted to note: advertising value. So that's the buzz that we generate through media activity outside of New Zealand. So the EAV from our media activity was 20.9, which was pretty close to what the target we had set. And I'm happy to say that stakeholder satisfaction was 92%. Against a target of 90, and that stat's really important to us, obviously. I just thought I'd throw a little bit of attention and light on the digital marketing work we do, because digital marketing's really important. It's slightly cheaper than some other forms of marketing that you might imagine, like, television advertising and whatnot. It's also easier to target, and it's also easier to be agile and take risks and try some things and try some other things. The image on that screen is the annual Advent calendar, which obviously we do every year, and it's just one example of the sorts of things that we do to draw the attention both of international tourists but also Wellington consumers to the businesses in our city, and to get them actively engaging with businesses and events and so on. Just quickly, we had a 42% increase in users to wellingtonnz.com from the previous year, over 4 million page views to all of the content that we have that highlights our businesses and the sorts of things people can do in Wellington. And I won't stay longer on that. And the last thing I want to talk about just briefly is the work we do attracting yes, thanks. Attracting movies and television productions to shoot in the region. So obviously we have a small team that works on that. We've done a lot of work over the last couple of years in reviewing our strategy, working with stakeholders to make sure it's working for the city and the region. And I'm really pleased to say that we've got a 62% increase in the permits increased in the last year, and you will have seen in the news yesterday information about another big production that's coming soon. And that's not just the productions themselves, but all of the flow-on benefit that has for the businesses and the residents in our area. I think that's all from me.
Right.
So we're happy to answer some questions.
Thank you. And I have a question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Could you just take us through a little bit about how you do assess stakeholder satisfaction?
Yeah, we have a survey that we run, and it has a series of questions. We keep it as close as we can year on year so that we can meaningfully track progress. I actually am not sure how we choose. We don't obviously talk to every single stakeholder. There's a sample.
Yeah, we obviously run a stakeholder list for our stakeholder relationship management, and it comes from that. Obviously, some people choose not to respond to it, and others do. It's not just about getting the number; it's actually about talking to those stakeholders that may have commentary afterwards. So, as a senior leadership team, we go out and about and talk to people who have made comments in that in terms of how we can improve our service. But it comes from right across our stakeholders.
So who do you see as your main stakeholders?
Well, that's. Would it be helpful if I give you a list of the different headings that we look at? But we talk to local businesses, we talk to our shareholders, representatives, we talk to other CCOs, we talk to other leaders in the region. Yeah, I'd be happy to show you how we come about that.
Yeah, it would just be interesting because we do get mixed views.
I've got quite a lot of councillors on the list, so one each. Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora, and thank you for your mahi and great report. Just around Creative HQ, can you just give us some updates, particularly around the tech and innovation sector? How is that working for Wellington at the moment?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a hard time for Creative HQ as it is for everybody. So there's the 2 different sources of income from CHQ. Partly it's the funding that we provide for the work that they do, and partly it's some consulting work that they use to add to the impact that they can do. That consulting area is pretty challenging. But in terms of the impact and the acceleration work they do. I don't have the statistics to hand, I'm sorry, but they met the targets that we set for them. And not only that, but we've started a new set of work around, so not just focusing on startups, but also moving into the founder space and really helping founders deepen and grow their businesses. And we're getting really great feedback from that. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I don't know if you're aware, but we're contemplating cutting our funding to Wellington NZ in respect of, I think it's non-New Zealand marketing for destination marketing.
I'm quite
Just a
aware.
generic.
So the question I've got is, what do you think about the idea that we would actually provide you with less funding for that sort of marketing?
The decision was just to cut the funding and allow Wellington NZ to make the decision about how to allocate that funding. So just to clarify, but yes, sorry, off you go, Trish.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's why I highlighted at the beginning of this presentation that investment in Wellington NZ is generative. It's obviously the council's decision. We understand the pressures the council is under, but we also believe that funding to Wellington NZ generates massive value for the region, and we would encourage you to think carefully, which I know you are, as you go through the next steps in the process. We don't want you to take $1 million off us. We know that we do good things with that money, and we would like to be able to keep doing that.
Sorry, I think we're only going to have time for one more quick one, Councillor Free.
Yeah, I guess that goes right to my question. How are you measuring that $302 return on a dollar?
I'm going to ask Heidi to answer that.
It's quite a complicated formula, which is audited by our auditors and agreed in advance with our auditors, but it's literally made up of like 50 or 60 different measures that flow into it. So probably the best bet, if you want to understand that further, I can send you through how we calculate that.
That would be wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, and sorry to those councillors who I didn't get to. Sorry, Councillor Chung, twice, but we do have the opportunity to have more conversation over lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work. All right, now we move on to the Basin Reserve Trust. Lisa, I believe is this the first time Lisa's come to talk to us at council? No, my Lisa. Lovely to meet you, and also Alan. Again, we said I'm going to set the timer for 12 minutes. Do you want me to sort of wave my hands wildly at 6? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'm Alan Isaac. I'm the chair of the Basin Reserve Trust, one of 2 council-appointed trustees. Cricket also appoint 2. The ground and the assets, the ground are managed by Cricket Wellington under a contract we have with them, and you've seen Cam Mitchell as the CEO present here before, and his 2IC. Well, we now have a new CEO at Cricket Wellington and a new 2IC, which is Lisa. So this is the first time that Lisa will be presenting, but she's going to summarise the events that have taken place at the Basin Reserve in the year to 30 June 23.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Lisa Jones tōku ingoa, ko Cricket Wellington tōku mahi. As Alan has said, my name's Lisa Jones. I'm the General Manager of Cricket Wellington. I have been in the role for 5 months. One of the things before I get started on the presentation, I'm a born and bred Wellingtonian, and I've always appreciated the little gem that we have in the Basin Reserve. But having been working there now, one of the things that's really struck me is how many stories people have in Wellington around the Basin Reserve. Everybody seems to have a story. Just in the last couple of days, I spoke to someone who talked to me around when he was young, and they made a banner and they took it to the Basin Reserve and got promptly told to take it down because it covered the advertising hoardings. And someone I spoke to yesterday told me a story how she has a specific place in the basin, and on the very odd occasion that the weather's not great, she puts her umbrella up to the side and makes herself a little wind tunnel. I mean, also the people that share with me that they now use the Basin Reserve to get to work. So there's a lot of wonderful stories that people share with me, and just reinforces the wonderful facility that I'm now lucky enough to work in, work with. So highlights for us from last year. Obviously, I wasn't there, but I've heard a lot about all the different great things we've done. And we had an epic Black Caps test match against England. Hopefully some of you were able to watch that. And we also hosted a test versus Sri Lanka. It's not very often we get 2 test series in one summer, so the staff were very appreciative of that. We hosted a White Ferns versus Bangladesh one-day game, which was great, particularly on the back of all the wonderful women's sport that we've been seeing in the media recently. Multicultural festival. Now, this was something that everybody at Cricket Wellington is very, very proud of. We had about 400 people attend. There's a couple of photos there. It wasn't just about cricket. We also had a lot of food stalls and just different activities going to make everybody in our community very welcome and be able to experience being on the Basin Reserve. A lot of people have watched it over the years from their respective countries, and to actually get to be on it was quite a highlight. We also had a blind cricket event, and the blind caps came along. And from the photos I've seen, one of the things that struck me was we had some young children, sort of 4 or 5 years old, playing. We also had some people well into their 80s, so there was a great mix of people that came along to experience that event. For the first time ever, we opened a multi-faith prayer room for international games, which was a real success. That's located in the Cricket Museum, and that's open every time we have international games for people to come and use whenever they choose to. Christmas Eve, I extend an invitation now for all of you to come along this Christmas Eve. We had a Super Smash game with over 4,000 people, so we're very hopeful to get a crowd of a similar amount this year. So we're really looking forward to that. Sold out beers at the Basin. I'm not sure if any of you attended the one a couple of weeks ago, but unfortunately the weather. So I'm not sure whether this time next year that will make the highlights list, but. It was a wonderful event, and again, people getting the opportunity to come and experience the Basin Reserve in a non-cricket activity is very special for a lot of people. And from a financial point of view, we also extended our partnership with Cello for another 2 years, and they were really grateful and happy to be part of what we're doing at the Basin Reserve. So that's really wonderful. Projects, so we're constantly doing projects to the basin, but some of the ones that we've picked out for today, and probably the main one is the picket fence project. The picket fence is obviously an iconic part of the Basin Reserve. You're very rare to see a photo of the Basin Reserve without the picket fence in the background, and we have just replaced it. And you can also see from that photo on the left, they've put about 1 metre of astroturf around it, which means that the groundsman can now mow right up to the edge of that rather than leaving a little sort of circle of long grass. And that's really future-proof the ground. That's going to be there for a very, very long time. And we're just about to we are going to start selling our plaques that sit on the pickets because they're very popular with the community. They get their name on a picket, and people are very specific about which picket they want their name to be put on. So we're going to put that out. It'd be a great Christmas present if anyone has got cricket tragics in their family. We're still working with Go Media around a digital signage project, which I assume has been brought to the council previously. It's been an ongoing project, and that's still continuing, and we're hopeful to see some real progress on that in the next few months. And the embankment toilets, the toilet blocks are at the north and the south end of the basin, and we have hospitality on top, so we've stopped saying we're going to have hospitality on the toilets, on the top of the toilets, because that doesn't sound particularly appealing, and now we call them the blocks. So we have a north block and a south block, and they're finished and in use, and we're all looking forward to seeing a lot of people up there over the summer.
And we're just over halfway through the time, and the timer is working. Hurrah!
Challenges. So as I said at the beginning, the cycleway is wonderful. I enjoy going and sitting outside at lunchtime and watching the people coming through the venue. We do have a slight issue in that the vehicles that come through the Basin Reserve are only allowed to travel at 10 kilometres an hour, and the bikes and the scooters are travelling considerably faster than that. And we had a Plunket Shield game a few weeks ago where a child nearly got collected by a bike, which is obviously not what we want. And New Zealand Cricket made mention of that in their match report. So we have approached the cycle group at the council. We're waiting to hear back from them as to how we can mitigate that. It is a concern that somebody is going to get collected at some point. Security of the venue. So again, we've done a security review, and we're working with the Wellington City Council around putting in more security, more lighting. Did you? Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you had a question. And a lighting upgrade. So we're just working through that to make the venue more secure. We are dealing with increased expectations from New Zealand Cricket around ground infrastructure. So one of the projects that we're looking at for next year is replacing the main screen. At the moment gets brought in for the 6 months of the year at a great cost. So we're just sort of working through that. And then the other challenge we had this year, and this was no fault to anybody, is that we couldn't have any junior sport on the basin because of the picket fence upgrade and all the work that was going on. So that was sad. We love seeing the children playing football and rugby on the ground through the winter, and the parents certainly enjoy coming to the basin. Financial summary. Our budget, we were budgeted to lose 40,000. We lost 28, so we did slightly better than what we had budgeted. And certainly if we'd managed to get the junior sport in, that probably would have been more like a break-even point in there. And then I've just added in some photos to share. Top right-hand corner is the Blind Cricket Day. That was wonderful. And a little bit of a photo there of the picket fence work and how extensive that was. It wasn't just a matter of replacing the fence, there was a lot of work that went into it. Some photos there of our wonderful Blaze team enjoying the Basin Reserve and the crowd on an international, as well as a photo there of the Cricket Museum, which continues to be a source of pride for us. And we're certainly getting a lot of both domestic and international people coming through and enjoying the Cricket Museum.
Thanks, Lisa. I do have some questions, the first one being from Councillor Pannett.
Thank you for all your great work. I live in Mount Victoria, so. First of all, there was some issues around bullying of rainbow people at a match sometime, and there was supposed to be some work done on inclusivity.
Yes.
And the second question is, the Basin Reserve flyover caused some deep problems, and I just, given this a new government with a different transport policy, what your approach will be to that? Kia ora.
Yeah, no problem. I can answer the first one and then I'll throw to Alan for the second one. Certainly, we are going through, Cricket Wellington as a staff are going through getting the rainbow tick, and we're well underway with that. And from there, we will start working with the community and getting the message out to our community that, we are fully supportive of the rainbow community, as with all communities that come to the Basin Reserve.
I guess the best way to answer your question is we engaged with Get Wellington Moving in the last sort of 2 years in terms of what their plans were. So, and I think we made some good contributions in terms of that project and how it would impact the basin, and like to think that we'd get an opportunity to contribute to any things that affect the basin, access to and so forth.
Thanks, and sorry, but I'm going to limit everybody to one question because Deputy Methuen.
Thank you for the report. And just a quick question around Cello. That's really great being able to get that naming sponsor to stay with you. Did they have a why on why they were keen to stay involved?
I think Mark Jurgelite is a cricket tragic, so he loves to see his name there.
It's worth reminding you that we approached about 90 different groups before we managed to get Cello on board.
Yes.
So the fact they've renewed, I think, is it.
Really great. Yeah, no, we're really happy, so thank you for that, Mahi.
All right, one more quick one from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Look, it just carries on from Councillor Pannett's question. I know you mentioned about Let's Get Welling moving, but the new government has said that they're canning Let's Get Welling moving, but they're going to do the Basin Reserve improvements around there within the next 3 years. So just wondering, has anybody been in contact you or discussed anything with you?
No, they haven't. And as I said before, I'd hope that they would.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Expect that they would.
Thank you.
I think we've only got 10 seconds. So, thank you so much. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And next up, Experience Wellington, Sarah Rushholm, and Martin Matthews is here. No relation. No, my. And luckily the time is working beautiful. So yeah, if you could leave some time for questions, that'd be great.
In which case, I will kick off. Kia ora koutou. I am Martin Matthews. First, apologies for Jane Wrightson, our chair, who couldn't be here today. I'm the sub. I really just wanted to make 3 quick comments and hand over to Sarah. First, thank you for the funding and support we get from you. Without it, we simply couldn't be viable and do what we do. The second thing is, actually, we think we deliver great value to the city. Sarah's going to talk a little bit more about this, but actually the work that her team leads and the experiences they create make a massive difference to the city, and you'll see that in Sarah's presentation. And the third thing I wanted to say is, we know you're fiscally challenged. We know that means we are going to be challenged in the years to come, particularly to grow our non-council funding, our commercial revenues. We're up for that challenge, but I did want to note, and for you to note, that we're going to have to do so with one arm tied behind our back. The work around Tanako Civic Square has an impact on one of our sort of primary venues, and of course the fact that the museum is earthquake prone is significant to us as well. So we are up for that challenge, but it is a difficult challenge to take up. I'm going to hand over to Sarah at that point.
Kia ora, Martin. Kia ora tātou. I'm Sarah Rushholm. I'm the Chief Executive of Experience Wellington. This will be the last time I'm in front of you saying that. So I just want to acknowledge all of the support and just the mahi over the last 16 years that we've done together. I want to kick off with something, I want to skite because I haven't got a baby giraffe. I don't have kakachicks, but I do have this. This is the recognition of the Hilma af Klint Secret Paintings exhibition, which is the best local government event of the year nationally. Recognised, and just want to just my nod
I told you.
nod to the team who went through hell and high water to make that show happen. Ostensibly, we're here to talk about the annual report. You've seen the annual report. It's been around for months. It's a fantastic read and a beautiful document. I just want to touch on some key results. So we welcome more than 550,000 visitors across our 6 sites in the 22-23 financial year. We leveraged more than $3.5 million through non-council revenue, and that's through non-admission charging sites. And we created for the city nearly 450 events, exhibitions, shows, on top of the exhibitions that we have in our core buildings. That is approximately 10 a week. That is everything from big things like the Reuben Paterson show, which was just beautiful and astonishing, to little tiny weekly events in Capital E, teaching our preschoolers for free about science and technology. That is the range of the goodness that we bring to this city, and long may it continue. So just a little bit about what's going on this year. This is my Q1 results. We're really performing very strongly. Again, that kind of continuation of pushing product and making the most of these extraordinary assets we have studied across the city. At the end of Q1, we had achieved 171% of our visitation target. Where we're sitting now, so my last snapshot at the end of November, about 60%. Well, between 60 and 70% of our annual visitation target was already in the bag. So we are doing really well, and I'll talk a bit more about some of the granularity that sits within that. Part of that extraordinary result is down to this lady. This is the Barbie effect, the show that we had in Te Wheke in Wellington Museum, shamelessly leaning into the zeitgeist, leaping on an opportunity from a collector up in Auckland who basically shared with us a few hundred of her 4,000 strong Barbie collection. We had nearly 50,000 visitors to that show. We leaned into it in a commercial sense, sold nearly 2,000 retail units. The fundraising, the social media, the penetration and the profile that went alongside that was absolutely fantastic. And so that has changed our strategy now around the use of that space and our ability to really gauge and lean into what the opportunities are for shows like that. And then just recently, over the last few weeks, we've opened Tamariki Markets down in Capital E on Queen's Wharf. If you haven't seen this, I just urge you, just go along, maybe just look quietly through the window, because we have had hundreds of children every week coming through this. The theme is farm to plate. The inspiration is the harbourside market. And children, preschoolers can take kind of knitted veggies, they can gather them from a little kind of make-believe garden, and they can take them all the way to selling them in their little market stores. And there's even, the cutest thing, a little kind of toy cappuccino machine, and you can see them making their own baby chinos. So there is a kind of an untapped labour market there if anyone's interested. Cable Car Museum. This is a hugely important part of the landscape of the city. Just an icon. Working with Tansy and her team is always a joy. But what we've done at the end of last year and the start of this year is invested capital into this site to enhance the retail experience and to integrate it into the storytelling experience. So you can see that kind of the first stage of that project, making these beautiful Anne's Westra images absolutely central to that experience, foregrounding stories, untold stories. The first female cable car driver, we went and spoke to her family and her stories enshrined in there, just really bringing the stories of that icon to life. And then over at Space Place, the recognition of this is 10 plus years since that site reopened, and needs some a little bit of love. So we've just reopened the Tuhura module there, again, a space teaching science and technology to the youngest Wellingtonians, and it is being absolutely loved by not just the staff, but also our visitors coming through that site. And that's part of a rolling 3-year project to refresh the exhibition up at that site. And that's working in partnership with Council to leverage your investment and to raise funding through the Carter Observatory Trust to make the most of that little Wellington icon. And then sitting alongside the Tuhura module, we've got this. We were able to, again, with Council's investment, to replace our planetarium kit. It is now one of the finest planetaria in Aotearoa. It is a little gem, and one of the things we did was buy a show based on the music of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. So taking the kind of the sci-fi, the geek culture, and absolutely leaning into that alongside the astronomy and the science and tech side, there is a perfect match there. And this show, every time we put it on, we're putting on an increasing amount, is selling out every time. So the fantastic results we've had this year in terms of admissions at Space Place have been galvanised by us bringing in interactive science, edible science, cosmic painting, as well as the increased prominence of matariki and things like this as well. So what we're doing strategically is really enhancing and leaning into what our core product and core assets can deliver for Wellington. Now, tomorrow morning, I think you've probably all been invited to the opening of Te Ohunga, which is the next show, the kind of in Te Wheke at Wellington Museum. This is a partnership between the Wellington Museum team and Toi Māori, looking at some of the taonga that sit in our collection, and to bring a kind of artist view and a te ao Māori view to some of the things which have been sitting in our collection and haven't necessarily had the te ao Māori worldview sitting alongside the social history view on the interpretation. That show features artist commissions, including by Rangi Kipa, and that will be opening on Saturday and be in the museum across the summer period. And this is the Mackenzie family, the first family off the cruise ships to come to the Cable Car Museum. And I just wanted to show you this quick graph, because the Cable Car Museum, as well as being that place for storytelling, is a hugely important commercial venue for us. And across November, you can see the red bar on that graph is the retail revenue that flows down the hill from the cable car to support the rest of the cultural heritage assets that you have in the city. It is so important to us, and getting that retail product right is something we've been working really hard on. So in the last 9 months, our new commercial strategy has been making the most of our beautiful in-house design team. These products are all designed by the experienced Wellington design team. They are our best-selling products. They are pushing up the unit sales across every transaction at the Cable Car Museum, and those T-shirts are absolutely flying out of the door. And I've got a few examples to show at lunchtime as well. So thinking about use of our collections and use of our assets and what makes Experience Wellington and this place special. So you can see that I Need My Space T-shirt, that's the bestseller up at Space. And this bag is part of the Maritime collection, which we're just about to launch, which comes from assets that sit in the Wellington Museum collection as well. So again, making the most of what we have and leveraging that as far as we possibly can. Now that's a real kind of rattle through all of the exciting stuff that's in train, and you will know that working in Wellington at the moment is not without its challenges. So any questions?
Yes, I have one from Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, well, same to the Cable Car Museum. What's keeping you up at night at the moment, the big challenges?
Thank you, Councillor McNulty. I think at the moment getting clarity and surety around our operating grant will allow me to budget and plan effectively. I think the seismic challenges at Wellington Museum and getting a pathway to resolution there. We will have secondary seismic work happening in 24-25, which may necessitate some closures at that site, and we are working through that. As you know, that will have an impact on our commercial activity. I think the primary thing is what is happening in Te Ngākau Civic Square. There are some fantastic opportunities there, obviously with the opening of Te Matapihi and Capital E going into that space. But we also have some real challenges for City Gallery. The earthquake investigation that's happening for Te Ngākau at the moment has got the possibility it's going to affect the MBS at Gallery. But we also know that the potential demolition work at Capital E for the bridge, for CAB and for MOB are going to mean that Te Ngākau, the hoardings will probably change, the dust, the vibration, the noise will mean that what happens in that square are going to be extraordinarily challenging for us to do business over the next wee while. We've been really fantastic working with Siobhan's team around setting up a deferred maintenance project for that site. So we probably will close for a year from early 2025 and then hopefully reopen alongside Te Matapihi, get our roof, get our HVAC, get our basement, and the goods lift work done, which will be fantastic. But we have got a really challenging time in the lead up to and around that, and getting some clarity on that and being able to kind of fold that in sensibly to our statement of intent. That is what's keeping me up at night at the moment.
Can I just add to that? Because I think all of that translates into a real financial challenge for us. And I said it in my opening remarks. It's not that we're not up for the challenge to grow our commercial revenue, but it's as fundamental as having cash in the bank to pay the bills. And we've got to have the venues open, the experiences available, and people coming through the doors. And that is, at the heart of kind of our ability to remain viable and effective.
Thank you both. Sorry, and on. Thank you so much, Sarah. We'll get to celebrate your mahi, but I just want to acknowledge it while we're at the table. Thank you so much. Now the stadium. No mai. Shane and Rachel. Kia ora korua. And the timer's working, so just I'll keep a note of questions. It'll be great if you leave a little bit of time. Great.
Tēnā rā tātou, tēnei te mihi mai o Hakihea koutou katoa I tēnei rā, ko te mihi tuatahi I te rangatira, mea whānau, tēnā koe ki kahi o hoa, e hoa. Ko te mihi tuarua, Councillor Matthews, tēnā koe, ngā mihi moto mahi I tēnei rā, ko te mihi tuatoru, kia koutou katoa I hoa mai, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning everyone, Rachel Taulalei tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no Ngāti Raukawa ki te tonga, and I'm the chair of the Trust, have been on the stadium for 10 years. Which, like my good friend next to me, he's leaving, I'm not, but that's okay. Look, before we move to the annual report, I did in fact want to acknowledge Shane, who is attending his last meeting. He might have skipped into this room. Anyway, he's done an incredible job, as you know, service to not only the trust and the stadium, but the city, but certainly the industry, for which he was recognised most recently at the Industry Awards for contribution. So, Shane, thank you very, very much on behalf of the trust, and I'm sure everyone who's here at this table. Moving to the presentation, I've got the privilege of giving you the year at a glance, the highlights. And of course, they are on the screen. You do have the pack, but just to run over them, and let me say they are underpinned by a commitment that Shane made on our behalf to remain event ready. And I think that really came to the fore as we came out of our COVID period. We had 48 event days in the last year, up from 12 the year prior, which, as you can see, is a vast improvement and wouldn't have been possible we were not event ready. 358,000. My glasses don't work long, they only work short. I'm a new glass wearer. 358,000 attendees over the year, a huge improvement from year prior, a net surplus of 3.9 million, again, which was a huge swing from the year prior, and also includes grant income from Greater Wellington Regional Council and MB for our FIFA Women's World Cup. We have fundamentally, I would say, in the last year, gotten back to what we're really good at, and that is running brilliant events, and that was highlighted for those of you who attended by Ed Sheeran. Singularly, our biggest event or single day event that we've ever hosted, and it was a phenomenal success. Equally, we were awarded at the same events where Shane was recognised for our Silent Night event, which we hosted for the Wellington City Mission for winning the best non-profit event. So we're back to business. It's not business as usual. Nothing is as usual, as we all know, coming out of COVID, but certainly we're back to hosting great events. As you may be aware, we have undertaken a number of significant capital projects over the last year, including turnstiles, change room upgrades, and pitch replacement. And I would say going into the next year, our pipeline is really strong, and that is, as Tracy alluded to earlier, not by default, that is solely by design of both the stadium team and Wellington Inc. as they scout the world essentially for outstanding events that they bring here to the capital. So a very quick mention of FIFA. It was, of course, this year, but I mention it because the absolutely epic amount of work that it took to prepare for that event took place in our last calendar year. So you don't see it necessarily in the fine print. You see it in the new lines that have appeared on our CEO's forehead, but I would say, every hour spent on that event was worth it because it was a brilliant success for the city. Kia ora.
Thank you, Rachel. There we go. Oh, so now I've skipped ahead. It's just a little bit sensitive. Okay, so just going to the financial performance a little bit more. As Rachel said, we came off like our worst financial year ever in 2022, the last year of the COVID-affected pandemic, into one of our best years. We had our highest revenue ever, although that was substantially driven by some grant income, and that included $1.5 million in the regional council, which was the COVID grant that we received. We received the city council grant in the prior financial year. We also received $3.5 million for MB towards the upgrade of the stadium lights in time for FIFA, and $760,000 from Sport New Zealand via New Zealand Football for the upgrade of the change rooms to be gender neutral. But overall, a much better financial year. And back to normal. We started the year with the historic All Blacks Ireland test. Probably less we say about that, the better, given the reversal of that result in the World Cup a month ago. But that was a great occasion. We hosted the Wellington Phoenix Women for the first time for the largest ever crowd for a women's A-League game. Across the entire competition, so that was fantastic to see. And then getting back to concerts, I mean, these concerts are huge economic drivers for the venue, but also for the city and the region as well. We hosted 3 concerts, 660, Guns N' Roses, and then, as Rachel mentioned, Ed Sheeran, which was just an incredible event to hold. We hosted the Football Ferns versus USA in January ahead of the World Cup, and the reason I just highlighted this one of the things I'm really proud of over the last 12 months is that in the period from the end of November last year to the end of October this year, we hosted 23 women's sports events at the stadium. We hosted 18 men's. Now, obviously a bit of an outlier with the FIFA World Cup, etc., but it was just incredible. It's just incredible. It was really the year of women's sport at the stadium across football and rugby. Upgrades, so the change room upgrades to gender neutral, they all look great. The facilities were really well received by the teams for FIFA World Cup. We did a turf replacement for FIFA after the Ed Sheeran concert, which went well. We upgraded our turnstiles, and this is probably one of the more lower profile of the upgrades we've done in the last 12 months, but just the speed of these turnstiles is astonishing, and it's going to really improve the game day experience and getting people into the ground. We had nobody outside the gates for kickoff for any of these FIFA games, which was fantastic. So the old ones were about 12 years old, very much geared towards paper tickets, so these are very much mobile ticket technology. And then the lighting upgrades, and these lights have exceeded my expectations. The legacy for us is that it gives all of our existing hirers a whole lot of new toys to play with in terms of sports presentation. And I don't know if you sat out there at halftime during those FIFA World Cup games, just the whole spectator experience and sports presentation was amazing. And all kinds of effects are possible with those lights, and they are LED, so they will reduce our emissions substantially and power bills as well. And then FIFA World Cup, of course, 260,000 people over 9 games in 21 days. We were the first venue in the history of men's or FIFA World Cup or women's FIFA World Cup to host 7 group games at the same venue. We did all of that in 13 days. It was relentless, but it was incredibly rewarding for all of us involved. And then looking ahead, got Foo Fighters in January, which we're very excited about. I get to go along as a punter. I can complain to Rachel if there's too much salt on my chips or my beer is warm, but I know some of you have been invited to that, so I hope you get to enjoy that. Looking ahead, we've got some really major events in the pipeline. They're not contracted yet, but we're going to have some major events over the next 18 months at the stadium, which I'll give my successor, Warwick, the privilege to announce in the new year. So it'll be a good start for him. But as Rachel said, I just really want to thank everybody around the table for your support of the stadium, but also me personally over the last 10 and a half years. So appreciate it. Thank you.
We don't even appear to have any questions. So I just want to thank you, Shane, on behalf of the council for all the work that you've done. And as Rachel has articulated, not just for the stadium, but for the city, we're very grateful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, next we have the zoo. Welcome, Karen and Craig. No, and we'll reset the timer. We're just with Nuriddin trying to give you the rest of the stadium's time as well.
I was getting ready for morning tea.
Thank you both.
Okay.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors. And thank you for your support and of my time as chair at Wellington Zoo. Obviously, we'll have a chat over lunch. In keeping with tradition, we start with a picture of a beautiful animal, and we finish with a picture of a beautiful animal. But this is Alina, critically endangered spider monkey, and we're incredibly proud of our team in terms of caring after birth caring, which was continues, but also very a reflection on the team spirit and on the science that supports these sorts of events. Now, to carry on with tradition, we'll share the speaking burden, and I'll pass over to Karen.
Just in terms of Alina, just to give you a bit of an idea about her life, she was 6 weeks old when her mother had an aneurysm and died. So we had to decide what we were going to do with a critically endangered animal. So the team were amazing, and she's now about 8 months old and doing really well and being accepted by one of her aunties. So it's all good. It's all good. Okay. Okay. Just to, in summary, in terms of this year for the annual report, we did upgrade our strategy. So we've changed a few things on it. So we're just sticking with the kaupapa of Mechiaki Kia Ora. We don't have the zoo with the biggest heart anymore. We think Mechiaki Kia Ora says it all. And then adding different things to the different pillars of our strategy. I'll just pick out a couple of them. I mean, you all have all seen these a number of times. But instead of having Te Ao Māori under whānau, we brought it under Oranga, which is actually about the whole organisation embracing Te Ao Māori. In terms of whānau, I have to do a Rachel here. We actually have got a whole lot of things around sustainability that we've changed up because our SDG measures are now done. So now we're embedding it even more into the whānau part of our strategy. With tinana, in terms of care of the animals, nothing's changed on that. We still want to have best practice animal welfare. And in Wairua, what we've done is we've included around the idea of much more diversity initiatives. So we're calling it IDEA, so inclusivity, diversity, equity and accessibility. Okay.
So like all good chairs, I look back and the Chief Executive looks forward to a degree. Let's just expand on that strategy and looking back at the highlights of the 22-23 year, we've divided on the slide the performance against the strategic pillars that Karen's just talked about. So, but if we look at whānau, there's been fantastic visitation, that's our highest on record. But whānau also is about our sustainability, both of the environment and our financial sustainability, so that getting those number of visitors through the zoo is incredibly important. We maintained our net carbon zero certification, and also in terms of the financial sustainability, we're continuing to look for support through organisations, and we've achieved that with our relationship with Bauranga Ingelheim. In terms of a healthy organisation under Oranga, we met 21 of 22 of our targets. We're very pleased about that. Obviously, we're engaged with the master planning with council, started our digital sustainability journey, and again, matched with our record visitation numbers, we've had fantastic performance in our retail sales, with the biggest retail day recorded in April. In terms of our we are looking to continue saving wildlife in situ, if you like. Our gecko program on Matthew Soames Island continues. We continue to provide veterinary services at the zoo on native animals. And our partnership for Capital Kiwi shows the collegial spirit we enter into in terms of the facilities we have in place at the zoo. Facilities and staff, I should add. Wairoa, well, with the snow leopards, we reached over 250 million people. Incredible numbers, but just reflected the fascination both we have and the world has with these beautiful animals. Our Neighbours Night, which is a great event at the zoo, again, super attendance. And for our diversity, we're really pleased with the Zoo Pride weekend, and as well as a full sellout for the Welcome Weekend promotion. The snow leopards, Asher and Manju arrived with due and appropriate ceremony, which was fantastic, but it wasn't the only event we've had. The Kiwi return, it's great to have Kiwi back in the capital, and we've talked about Alina, but care for our animals is pivotal to how we operate as an organisation. So slightly looking forward from the year, quarter one, what are our highlights? Well, we are really delighted in Karen's election as the Chief Executive of the, as the President, I should say, of the World Association of Zoos and Aquaria. I think that reflects and demonstrates the esteem that Karen's held in, her strategic focus to Waza, and it's a great reflection on the zoo as well as Karen personally, that appointment. Continuing the comment around diversity, we received, we were the winner of 2 awards and runner-up for the Supreme Award at the 2023 Rainbow Excellence Awards. And again, that reflects great input, great spirit from our team involved in that. Getting the Qualmark Gold in the sustainable tourism business, that's really important. It allows us to achieve and demonstrate that external commentators, auditors, if you like, see us. So we're not just saying that we do it all, others are saying that you're doing these things really well. So it is a demonstration of our performance. Great attendance by the International Zoo Educators Conference, and again an incredibly well organised conference by Amy and her team. And the final 2 points really look at us maintaining our assets, keeping them fit for purpose, both the able to achieve support from Pub Charity for the Giraffe House renovations, but also the work we've done in maintaining and improving the performance of Kamalas with the installation of a glass frontage, and that allows us to keep that site functional, allows us to push for revenues and retail events around a site that's actually fit for purpose or improving as demand and expectations move up from the community.
And then looking forward, the lace monitor habitat will open in December, so the lace monitors haven't been on visitor view. They're quite spectacular looking animals, if I say so myself. So that's going to be quite exciting for visitors to be able to see them up in the neighbours area. And our holiday marketing program will obviously focus still on snow leopards, the baby giraffe, lace monitors and kiwi. And just before we wrap up, I'd like to also acknowledge Craig's time as chair. Craig's been on our board for 7 years, so it'll be quite a change for me. With our new chair coming in next year. But I'd just like to congratulate Craig on his commitment to the success of the zoo and always very supportive of me and of the team. So thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
And just to finish, without a name yet, she was born a week and a day ago. There she is meeting her father on the right, and there she is with her mother in the middle. So she's 6 foot tall and she weighs 76.7 kilos. So, yeah, that's a pretty very intensive birth, let me tell you. We do have it on video. We do have the birth on video, which is quite spectacular. But she's doing really well, and I think she's going to take after her father, which is probably a good thing because her mother's a little bit of a fairy. So it's actually quite nice to have a very calm baby giraffe. So she will be out on visitor view. Some visitors saw her the other day when she met Sunny, but she's still in the house with Mum at the moment. So over to questions.
Councillor Young.
About the cafe. So is it 2 years since Rex Tremendous went in, or 1 year?
They've been there since July last year.
So has there been any difference to the sort of turnover there since they went in?
There's been an increase approval rating from our visitors, definitely. Far less complaints about the food in the cafe. And I think people are really satisfied that it took them a little while, like post-COVID, but now it's really starting to ramp up, and we're seeing a lot more venues, bookings and things like that coming through them as well. So it's a real partnership with our caterer, so they've been great. I mean, they're good operators, as we all know from their work.
It was a brilliant move. I just wondered whether the kind of public had kind of latched on to the fact.
Yeah, no complaint. The complaints are pretty much gone, and people just say how much better it is. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Well done.
Councillor Chung, finally letting you answer a question. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I'll have 20 questions now, thank you.
Go, Ray.
Yeah, thanks very much. I wanted to ask you about the lace monitors. Can you tell me if this is a breeding program or is it a single monitor?
No, it's two, male and female.
Right, yep.
We're not breeding with them at the moment because every time you breed, you've got to have somewhere to send them. So Auckland Zoo have their lace monitors. So it would have to be another zoo in New Zealand would want them. So, but we do have a male and a female.
And how big are they?
They're big.
Oh.
They grow up to about 6 foot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Great. Can't wait to see them. Thank you.
They're just a big goanna.
Just all these animals that are just so much taller than me. Councillor Free.
How long does that giraffe say so cute?
Oh, no, for quite a while.
Good.
Quite a while. No, her father, interestingly, is the tallest giraffe on record. His father is the tallest giraffe on record. His father's name is Forrest, well named. So she will be a big giraffe, I think, a big female giraffe. But no, she will stay little for quite a while, at least 2 or 3 years.
Oh, good. I can see her being a big attraction.
Yeah, she's pretty lovely.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Madam President, and thank you so much, Craig, for all of your years of service. Kia ora. All right, last but never least, Zealandia. No mai, Danielle and Philip. Lovely to see you, and yeah, we have the 12 minutes, including time for questions.
Thanks very
much.
Please,
begin.
Thanks very much. We're going to reverse the normal procedure, so Danielle will start.
Tēnā koutou katoa. It's nice to see. It is beautiful at Zealandia today. Please come and visit before Christmas. I'll take you on a personal tour. But it is my absolute privilege to tell you about our 2023 year-end results on behalf of the Air New Zealand Supreme Tourism Award for New Zealand. What an outcome, eh? And it belongs to all of you. It belongs to 130 staff members. It belongs to 530 volunteers, 16,000 members. This is a true community effort, 23 years in the making. So there you go. So we have had a massive year. The borders were closed at the start, as we know. But we managed to welcome pre-COVID numbers, so 136,000 people. So, of course, we managed to attract visitors ourselves, but big hats off to Wellington NZ, the Stadium Basin. We benefit from all those visitors that come as a result of those other events and things that are going on in the city. Amidst that is around 6,000 young people engaged through our education program. It's a bit down on previous years because our Ministry of Education funding came to an end, but we've still managed to sustain that by bringing in some philanthropy and by investing our own funds as well. We've achieved all our key targets. Tanglewood House, if you come and visit Zealandia before Christmas, as I mentioned, you will see walls going up at the moment. So we're progressing along well now that we've made some progress on all of the consents. So thank you to officers who have helped push that through a bit of a clogged system at the moment. So some pretty amazing headlines. So our total operating revenue sitting at 6.7 million for the year. So that's up 1.4 million on the previous year. So a really significant outcome for us, and up on our SOI by 1.1 million. That number reflects significant efforts in a skills shortage, trying to attract staff into a cafe, restarting a very significant tours business, a $1 million tours business. So behind those numbers is incredible effort from many. We've achieved our 8th operating surplus in a row. So again, a remarkable effort coming out of COVID, and that allows us to restock the working capital to give us that resilience looking forward in times of economic uncertainty. Just mention there, we generate significant value for every dollar that we receive from the Wellington City Council. We manage to generate another $5 through our other revenue processes, and that, of course, doesn't include the economic contribution to the city. But on top of that, just like to mention, we also managed to leverage a lot of pro bono effort. So, for example, Russell McVeigh, our lawyers, a huge supportive organisation, GHD, engineering support for our fence, for example, slips on Lake Road, all of that kind of thing is energy that we can leverage from our community. So a notable event for us this year was our AGM. Thanks to those of you who attended. We had 670 attendees, and we reckon it's probably one of the biggest AGMs in the country, without a doubt. Normally have a few people sitting around at the table, of course. So this was incredible. We had James Cameron present to us, so, you know, renowned producer, obviously, so a bit of an attraction there, and it was held at Tākina, and we know that actually having that event at that venue was a major attractor for people as well. We were able to tell the story of our 23-year impact. We saw a Wellington City, Greater Wellington report out last year showing bird numbers on the rise in our capital city. And we've got further research that I've got coming out soon showing that every single suburb, even our most populated suburbs, have increased in bird numbers over 20 years. That's a phenomenal outcome and globally leading, not seen anywhere else in the world. So something to be incredibly proud of. I love to show these graphics. You know, these tui, approximately 30 pairs in the 90s in the Wellington City area. Once Zealandia was established, those little blue dots represent sightings. A bigger dot means more sightings. But a few sightings pre-2000. But by 2010, we're seeing good numbers across the city. And by 2020, they are one of the most popular species in our city environment. That, honestly, that is phenomenal and something for us to all be incredibly proud of. So things are going well in our skies, but of course our freshwater systems in Wellington, across Aotearoa and New Zealand, they do suffer. They suffer from runoff, pollution and so forth. So Zealandia has a major effort underway to try and restore the freshwater systems, not just within the sanctuary, but beyond as well. This year, this is not a baby giraffe and it's not a spider monkey, but to me it is beautiful. It is 6 centimetres rather than 6 feet tall. I'm taller than somebody. There you go, Rebecca. But this is the toitoi, or common bully. So this was a partnership with mana whenua, particularly Te Atiawa Taranaki Whānui, to reintroduce these into Zealandia from the Parangarahu Lakes. So this kind of work, it's years in the making, even though it is a tiny little fish, and it represents the only reintroduction of a fish that I'm aware of for restoration purposes in New Zealand. So this is leading work happening right in our backyard. Another program I'm very proud of is, of course, our Sanctuary Te Si Ki Mauri Ora Te Kai Wharawhara work. So this is a catchment restoration effort, tackling some of the most challenging issues in any urban catchment, like buried landfills, for example. But we've got great partners in there, and this last year we piloted our Every Business Restoring Nature work. So this takes a different approach from most business engagement programs around sustainability. It's focused on the place where people work. So what can you do in your local environment to enhance nature and to give back to nature? And we've seen some amazing outcomes, and I've mentioned this in this forum before, but Craig from Korori Auto, he's one of my favourites. He managed to get this article in the Radiator magazine, which is the MTA magazine. It shows up in every auto repair shop. And he told people his top tips for going green. And that's supported through our Sanctuary Te Si Every Business Restoring Nature project. So opportunities and challenges. So for me, I think this table should be incredibly proud of the city. We are a place of change. We're a place that is leading in biodiversity initiatives. I'm not sure if you clocked the front page of the New York Times, the baby kiwi hatching in the Makara just a couple of days ago. This is internationally recognised work. We have our first rat-free suburb out of Miramar Peninsula. This is phenomenal work happening right here. We're a place of change. It's a reason why people want to come to Wellington, see what we're doing, and come and live here. We can use this to attract talent, to attract people to our city, not just visitors. This is something that I'm pushing quite hard at the moment. I think we can contribute further to the recognition of Wellington on an international stage because of these outcomes. We share our research. We lead an element of the Biological Heritage National Science Challenge, looking at how we engage communities in conservation action. So Zealandia is at the heart, not just of action and conservation, but actually sharing that research to create a better future. Looking forward, developing new products to support, of course, our conference attendees, for example, to Tākina. Networking is the latest one that where you walk in the sanctuary and network with your peers. Quite appealing, apparently. Meetings, indeed, yep. A fabulous event coming up, String Quartet at Zealandia. I've had to open up extra sessions of it, so we really are focusing on growing revenue. But I'm going to miss sitting next to Philip Meyer into the new year. I'm very lucky to have him around, and of course we're shifting to a new chair, but I'll leave the closing remarks to him.
Well, I think, first of all, thank you very much indeed, Danielle. I'll say a little bit about the looking back and where we've come from here. Changing our approach to the membership some years ago meant that it wasn't an arbitrage on the number of times you can come and visit in the year, but it was about getting people to buy into the mission of looking after our environment and looking after our biodiversity. And I can recall that we've gone from, I think, about, from memory, 5,000 or 6,000 when I came onto the board, and pre-COVID it was about 11,000 members, and now it's 16,000 members. So it's a large amount of increase in members, and a lot of the cruise ship people come along, they do a tour and they join up, and they've got a preferential way they can do that, but they go back to their countries around the world and they're members of Zealandia. So it's a great way in which we can put ourselves out on the world stage. In terms of new products and experiences, beyond what Danielle had said, we're looking to use digital services to enhance the visitor experience there, and that'll be an exciting addition too. In terms of the reference on that last one, unproductive costs, Danielle referred to the operating result, and we've had 8 years of operating surpluses, and this year we've got a bottom line surplus of $60,000. Over that period, we've had 8 years of surpluses, but at the same time, we've reduced our gross emissions, our Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions by 50%, at the same time as maintaining our financial surpluses. We've always been carbon zero, but this is focusing on our gross emissions, not our net emissions. So we think that's a really, really worthwhile thing to do. In terms of unproductive costs, I know I must take the opportunity here to share with you the impact that any flatlining of the grant that the council gives us would have on Zealandia, and it'll be in the 300,000 to 400,000 effect. And with a surplus of 60,000, it means that we might have to contemplate moving into deficit for the first time in 8 years, and we wouldn't want to do that. If we wanted to maintain our surpluses, we'd probably have to cut some things that we do, and on the economic benefit to the city, we think there's a good multiplier. I think other CCOs have talked about an 11 times multiplier on the benefit of money spent, and we're generating 5 times more than every dollar that we get here. So I just ask councils to think carefully. I know that the financial pressures are everywhere right now, and understand that completely, but we'd like to have a productive discussion about that. Now, lastly, what I'd like to do is say that Zealandia has gone from being in some difficulty to being a real success now, and that's been a joint effort from the council. We couldn't have done it without you, and all the great team that we have here at Zealandia, and I'm privileged to have been on the board for that period of time. And I just wanted to say that Zealandia's success is your success. So thank you very much indeed, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Philip, and just want to quickly acknowledge your great service too, and your fundamental role in that success, which again has great benefit to the city. So thank you very much. Okay. Right, we are now going to move to morning tea. We will 15 minutes. Let's try for 11:30. However, as well as getting a cup of tea, something to eat, any amendments, please try and make sure that they are with DEM services, and we will get that done as well. So we'll see back here at 11:30. Sorry if I am going to be bossy, but I would like to try and keep us to time so we can finish before lunch, if at all possible. So within the kind of the rules that we have, and to make the good decisions. So that is where we're at. Nau mai Jamie Crump, ki te hora I te kōrero. Please welcome Jamie Crump to introduce the report, the CCO annual reports.
Tēnā koutou katoa, nau mai haere mai e te CCO. In introducing our CCO's financial year 2022-2023 annual report paper, I'd just really like to reiterate what you've just heard already this morning. There is so much to celebrate with our CCO successes during the 22-23 year. They deliver a huge amount for the for Pōneke. Our CCO's performance during 22-23 provided a window into how Wellington's building back from COVID-19. And this was very much highlighted by the ongoing rebound in domestic and international visitation, and in particular cruise ships, and that really strong events program that you've heard about this morning. Happy to take any pātai.
I do not see any questions. Thank you, Jamie. Councillor O'Neill will move this. Do you have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill? Councillor McNulty?
Yeah, I just really want to acknowledge the amount of manaakitanga that all of our leaders have shown from the various CCOs. There's, it's not been an easy year, and there's been a lot of interesting and new challenges. New Zealand went into a recession. We have the cost of living crisis. But we also had some fantastic opportunities like FIFA, and really seeing the way everybody's kind of picked up and working really collaboratively as well. And of course, I just want to recognise the massive effort from all of our CCO whānau who are leaving us and going on to bigger and brighter things. But just to acknowledge kind of the in some cases decades of service that people have given to their chosen CCOs. And yeah, I would like to recommend to my colleagues to pass the annual reports. Kia ora.
Councillor McNulty, do you wish to speak?
I just want to thank our CCOs for coming in this morning. I think it is important for us to pick up on some of the quiet but important commentary from some of them around what our budgetary situation, as we pass it through to the CCOs, might entail. I think we heard from across several of them this morning that they may not be able to continue to do everything that they do, and we heard that, well, we saw that there was incredibly good work across that portfolio. So just flagging that at this point, we want to obviously support them through the LT process. We know that everyone is under pressure, but we want to make sure that we are not in a position where we're jeopardising some of the really leading and cutting edge work. So I'll be keeping my eye close to that issue as the LTP process unfolds, but I just want to thank again the CCOs for that fantastic presentation this morning. Kia ora.
I see no further debate, so we will put that motion. Isn't it nice to have the tech back? Yeah. Thank you, team, for managing that so calmly. That is carried unanimously. We now move on to the statements of expectation. Sorry, Jamie, back and forth. Nau mai Jamie Crump ki te hora o te kōrero. Please welcome Jamie Crump to introduce the report.
Kia ora anō. This report outlines the key messages to be presented to each CCO in a statement of expectation, or SOE. The SOE is designed to assist the CCO with business planning and with the preparation of its statement of intent. The SOE reiterates Council's enduring expectations, including alignment with key Council strategies such as Tupiki Ora, Te Atakura, and the Economic Wellbeing Strategy, amongst others, whilst also outlining specific expectations of each individual CCO. You would have found attached to the report a sample SOE, which is a representative example of the SOEs that this report will initiate. Kia ora, happy to take any pātai.
I have a pātai from Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora, Jamie, thank you for your mahi for our CCOs. My question is around the commerciality aspect, and just asking that, are you confident, or is it something we can put through council that while we are asking our CCOs to have a more commercial arm, how council itself will respond, support and enable that to happen? What systems can we put in place so that the CCOs have confidence that we will be there to support them?
I can say we're very open to all of any of the commercial conversations. We certainly would encourage that, and more than happy to at any time sit down and discuss what opportunities might be, how we might be able to assist, how we might be able to make things happen from a council perspective. So we're I know that Stephen, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the team is very open and willing to have those conversations and would encourage it.
Great, thank you.
Councillor McNulty?
Yeah, two from me. How do you think your team's managing to break down barriers within council? For instance, we know that there's a huge uplift to the cable car museum, but that's obviously not making its way to Space Place. To negotiate that, it's all PSR land that sits in the middle. So do you feel that your team's getting that breakthrough or that cut through and facilitating those relationships for all our different council silos?
It's probably a tricky one for me to answer myself. I might pass that one over to Stephen, because I think I've only been at council for 18 months. You've got a fantastic manager in Anna Calvert, and Anna's I think been at council for the last 2 years. So I think I might hand that over to Stephen, who's got a longer perspective than I would.
I think what I'd say about that is the way we've gone about our planning this time around with the LTP, having all of our CCOs kind of in the room at the same time, having those conversations. But probably the area that we've made the most progress actually would be around our property and asset management planning, and that's where the kind of I guess some of the pain has been in the past, but we're always looking to improve that and, as you say, break down those silos across the organisation. And Jamie and Anna are probably the best facilitators that I've seen in that game for bringing the right people together across the organisation to work with our CCOs.
Thank you. And the other one was the Calvin precinct. Obviously, that's in the expectation for the cable car and Experience Wellington. We heard that they've got about 100K budgeted for that work, but that's not going to go far enough to actually look at reinvigorating that precinct. So is this something that's going to come into the LTP as a funding ask to sit on top of that?
No, I don't think that's not going to come into this LTP. But what we're looking at is for an options paper to be created, looking at what the potential options are for the precinct that could inform future conversations. So it's probably more of an options thought piece in terms of these are the things that we could potentially do, and then how might we explore that further. But there's not a specific ask in terms of the LTP in terms of funding for the precinct.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see. Oh, sorry, Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, and so look, my question's going to focus on the amendment that I wanted to put up. So I probably
Show that on screen. We could ask any questions of officers.
Thank you. So Creative HQ is a wholly owned subsidiary of Wellington NZ, and Wellington NZ is owned roughly 80% by Wellington City Council and 20% Greater Wellington Regional Council. Now, the legislation is clear that even a wholly owned subsidiary should present their draft statement of intent to the shareholders, even if they are a subsidiary. Now, my understanding is that officers are relying on some other advice saying they don't need to provide the draft statement of intent to the shareholders. And I really would like a bit more clarification from this, because I know I was sent a link to a particular other clause, but I don't see that clause negating the clause that I referred to.
Councillor Covered, I'll answer that.
Thank you.
Our position is that there's no requirement to break out expectations to subsidiaries. It's dealt with at a group level. Greater Wellington is satisfied, as are we actually, that the joint statement of expectation provides direction to Wellington NZ and Creative HQ, and through the regional economic plan, Creative HQ have about 5 allocated tasks in that particular plan to them. Given that we as a council don't provide or allocate funding to Creative HQ, we are happy that to actually defer to Greater Wellington in that regard. So what you're seeing in that statement of expectations is a combination of Greater Wellington and WCC's collective expectations. We, as I say, there is no requirement to break out a separate expectation in terms of their subsidiaries, and that was the advice that we've been providing over the last kind of 24 hours. I think Beth might be here if there's specific legal questions.
Yeah, because I mean, really, I'm really referring to, and I don't want to be a legislation nerd, but I am going to be under the Local Government Act Schedule 8, Part 1, Clause 1, Subsection 1B. And I can see nothing that the officers have provided that negates that requirement, which says, in the case of an organisation that is indirectly controlled by one or more local authorities.
Councillor, you're moving to a question there?
Yes. Because what I'm asking is that particular clause, which I was just reading, one or more local authorities, in the case of an organisation that's indirectly controlled by one or more local authorities, for example, a subsidiary of a holding company owned by a local authority, to each local authority that indirectly controls the organisation. And I see nothing else in the Act, in the schedule.
This isn't a question.
It is. I see nothing in the Act that negates.
Not a question.
Nothing that negates that requirement. So can you tell me how that is negated?
Here's
Look,
Beth.
I'll just say really, really simply, that responsibility is at the group level, not at a subsidiary. There is no requirement to split it out at a subsidiary level through the statement of expectations, and we stand by that. But Beth.
Well, yeah, we'll ask Beth to add to that answer, but I just want to note that I think this question has already been asked and answered, but off you go, Beth.
Yes, I was merely going to say I do stand by the advice that I've already provided to date. I don't think I can't offer too much more at this point, Councillor Calvert, in a public forum.
Okay, so I am going to formally request a legal opinion on it. Thank you.
Councillor Free.
Yes, an ongoing concern of mine has been the use of the Basin Reserve as a vital cycling and walking link. And originally we committed to 24/7 access. That was the basis on which we invested in the Basin Reserve. Now I see that it's the letter of expectation is about continuing to recognise and support the use of the reserve as a vital connection in the walking and cycling network. But I'd like to know how specific we're being about the access. Because the security was meant to be part of the reason why we couldn't have access later, and now that's being done. I'm very anxious to have that access extended.
Do you want to respond to that now? But I also think that's something we could continue to work offline.
I don't want to approve this without being specific about what we're actually approving.
Yes, off you go, Jim.
So we're in the process of implementing the security review. So I think you heard earlier from the Basin Reserve Trust. So that work is taking place at the moment. It's not been completed. So once we get through that work, then we can look at what that would look like in terms of the options for the time.
If I can just jump in there. Jamie, Councillor Free, the actual security recommendation is that it is not recommending 24/7 access because of the challenges of providing that. So it's actually safer. The current hours that it is operating is actually in the best interest of the community.
So can we just clarify what the current hours were? Because my understanding was once they got the security, they were prepared to extend it a little more into the evening.
9 in the morning, 9 till 6.
9 in the morning?
So 9 at night.
Oh,
till
okay.
6 in the morning.
6 in the morning to 9 at night.
Yeah.
But
so that really is providing your commuter access. Anything after, we're dealing with issues after those hours that is suggested by the security recommendations to close it after 9 at night.
Originally, we've had this discussion before.
It's a large space if you're thinking about it. That, unless
unless it was monitored by security guards full on, which produces a significant cost. It's much safer to have that space closed in the dark hours.
At one point, it was suggested it could be stretched towards sort of 10 or 11. Is that, can I move an amendment that's
the security
considered?
recommendations were to close it at 9. Yeah, that was the recommendation from the security report that was done.
the whole city could be argued as, in the same situation. And we've invested to open that,
You're getting into a debate with staff, so...
All right. I'm uncomfortable approving this paper.
Yeah, okay, I think that's for debate. Did you wish to add anything further in advice to Councillor Free?
Just to add to what Anna said, if that amendment was passed, it would impose additional costs on the stadium, which would obviously have implications. Yeah. Yes.
Are there any further questions? I guess I just wanted to get a bit more general advice on Councillor Calvert's amendment. That, to just ask, is this, because I'm also concerned about Greater Wellington as the funder of the Creative HQ and their work having more detailed conversations. So is this kind of amendment necessary or appropriate?
Well, I just stand by the advice that myself and Beth have given, in the sense that it is not a requirement, and we don't see we don't actually see the merit in it at all. No.
Are there any more questions? Did you have another question, Councillor Free?
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment when I come to it, just to put a little extra bit in that 36.
Okay. Again, I would prefer if we had amendments before papers were actually tabled, but let's take a 5-minute adjournment so you can do that.
I wanted to ask a question, but I wasn't allowed
We had written Q&A, etc., but we will take a 5-minute adjournment so you can work on your amendment. Thank you. Questions of officers? Councillors, there appear to be no further questions of officers. Thank you. So I will now go to Councillor O'Neill, who is going to move the paper.
Kia ora, thank you. I just wanted to pull out what an excellent job that each CCO has done in terms of responding to specific things in SOIs around te atakura and takahere and aspirations for involving Māori and mana whenua into their own structures, and to recognise and highlight that we see what you've written in terms of understanding the council long-term plan and the CPI adjustments and other things as well, and that's an ongoing issue that we're working with officers in collaboration around, and we'll hopefully be able to get back to you on very shortly.
Thank you, Councillor. And you have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor... Councillor Panovich, do you wish to speak?
No.
Love your work, John. Love it. All right, so we have two amendments, so let's do them first, if it's all right. As Councillor Free is first, on the screen, we will do that first. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Free?
I do.
Councillor Pannett will second.
So the reason I've brought this is over the years I've taken quite a bit of interest in what's happening at the Basin Reserve, and it's paid off because actually it's looking so much nicer, and the things like the berries at the basin are being so much better managed, and it's such a key part of our city, an important milestone, whether you're coming from the east or from the south, or if you're getting to the hospital or anywhere you're going. And so the Basin Reserve's been a particular passion of mine. A long time ago, like when I first came onto council, we invested quite heavily in the Basin Reserve. We invested in the museum, cricket museum, we invested in the stadium, we invested in the fences, and you've seen over the years it open up because of security issues, because we want people to be able to be safe in that space. Now they're investing in lighting, and all the time these investments I pushed for because I wanted it to truly be available and to maximise the work we're doing to create those cycling and walking links. And if we are truly to move to a sustainable transport model, we can't have it stopping at 9. It's just far too early. And I don't personally believe that allowing it to be open for a little bit longer would make a huge difference from a security point of view. If you're going to take that approach, you would say there are lots of other areas in our city that we could shut down at 9 o'clock too, and we're not doing that. I think that it's that people will use this if they feel comfortable using it, or they may go an alternative route if they don't feel comfortable using it. But I don't think it's for us to say that at 9 o'clock you cannot go, even in the summer, you cannot go through this very important connection and beautiful space, because we think there's a security issue there. If we lived like that, we'd hardly do anything. So I am just asking that they consider extending the hours of public access from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. I think even that is quite early, but at least it means that people are not going home at really what we would all probably consider a very early hour if they want to safely cycle through that. It is not actually that safe to cycle round the Basin Reserve. It's a very narrow footpath with a lot of tree roots and a lot of branches that actually in the dark, there are overhanging tree branches. If you fell off or had to move off that footpath, you'd be right in the middle of very busy traffic. So I think we've got to balance the risks here. And I do urge you to support me in this. We're not demanding anything, but we are sending a message that actually this is a public space. It is a publicly reserved space for the public. And part of what we've always been sold is that it would be available for people to walk and cycle through. So I'm just asking for that to be a bit more of a reality for the people of our city.
Councillor Pennant, do you wish to speak? Please not for very long.
No, I'll be very brief, I know.
I mean that to everybody because this is a debate about an hour opening.
Yes, look, thank you, Councillor Free. You've been very consistent on this point of view. I am supporting this, one, because, we are fighting climate change and we're going to have a truly walkable city. The other reason I'm supporting it is because I do not want to feed into this idea of lack of safety in our city. The only way to make things safe at night time is to have lots of people walking around or biking around, lots of movement, lots of eyes on the city. We want young people to be safe when they walk home, and I think this is the way to do it. Open up the walkways rather than closing them down. The argument is the wrong way around. You create safety by making it more accessible. Kia ora.
Councillor McNulty.
Just incredibly quickly, we have councillor representatives on our CCOs for a reason, so my vote would be contingent on that councillor's view if he wants to make it known.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes, don't want to waste too much time on this. I've got to say, I am probably the one that uses this route every day, and I've got no problem when it closes at 9. In fact, to be honest, I'm a bit more comfortable going around the outside of the basin. It is a shared path. My understanding, it's a shared pathway for both pedestrians and bikes, and I haven't had any trouble either way. But I will support it because 1 hour, and we are considering it. So thanks, my view.
Councillor Chung.
I tend to think that we should be placing security concerns at the heart of all of these things. Now, when I left the office last night, I caught the bus home from Key, and a lady came up to me and said, "Why is the city so unsafe to walk around in?" Now, I don't know what she was referring to, but she was talking about walking down Lambert Quay. So there are people who don't feel safe walking around the city, and I think that opening it up for an extra hour, ensure it's only an hour, it may actually introduce security concerns because you've got a fence around there, so no one can actually see, anyone going past can't see what's going on there. So I'm concerned about the safety of our citizens.
Councillor Panovich, do you wish?
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Yes, I am the representative on the Basin Trust, so I'll just disclose that to start with. And I have read the security report as well, and I'm fully aware of the contents of it. We have debated this ourselves. If you look at it, 10 o'clock at night in wintertime is actually not a great time. And there are definite security risks around that, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Panovich. Just to quickly note, I also will not be voting for this, and that I think we do need to this high level of detail to our boards of our CCOs and actually listen to their advice and the work that goes behind the work that they have done, and I think our meddling at this level of detail is unhelpful. So, Councillor Free, do you wish to have a right of reply?
Yes, I do, because this is, for me, this is a very fundamental thing, that this piece of land was actually meant to be for the public, and it is for cricket. It was mentioned that it could be for cricket, but also it's actually a public piece of land. We have spent money to make sure it's more safe. And I mean, even if it could be considered that summer hours are different from winter hours, it's just, I cannot believe that we actually are that protective that we would actually stop people from going in. I don't think this is about public safety. I think this is more about protecting the buildings or something else. I just don't actually think this is about public safety at all. Because if we took that approach, we wouldn't allow people in so many parts of the city. This is actually nanny state gone mad. And I'd really like to see it open 24/7.
Councillor, restrain yourself.
Well, that's what I think. That's what I think. Honestly, I just think that this is overprotective and people can make their own decisions.
Go to the vote. Yes. We'll take a division. That is lost. All right, we will move on to Councillor Calvert's amendment. Councillor Calvert, over to you. Oh, do you have a seconder?
Councillor Chung. Thank you. I know it's not often I'm in disagreement with officers, but this is one in terms of expecting, thank you, expecting Creative HQ to provide us with a draft statement of intent. And obviously, before they can provide us a draft statement of intent, we have to provide a statement of expectations, just like we are doing for all the other CCOs that we are either the principal shareholder of or a shareholder with. Now, the Act is very clear. It does specify that we're a subsidiary of a holding company where the shareholders are local authorities. It does need to provide this. I appreciate officers' advice in terms of what's being funded, but that is not spelled out in the legislation. It's actually ownership. And there's a difference between ownership and funding. And so, but regardless of that, I think one of the things is we just need to have a bit more transparency around Creative HQ. For those of you who don't know, I mean, Wellington and Z itself is a relatively small organisation for what it does, but Creative HQ has a board and a CEO. So there's quite an overhead for an organisation of that size. So there needs to be greater accountability. There needs to be greater transparency, because ultimately this is to the people of Wellington who actually own this organisation. And even if they don't directly fund it, but they will be funding a lot, because Wellingtonians do fund Greater Wellington regional rates. So I'm asking for your support here, because if nothing else, this provides shines a light on what Creative HQ are doing, how much value for money are we getting from them, and also just, we are looking forward towards with our CCOs about how we can how they can be more effective, and we've seen some great results already before, but I really think we need to have greater transparency around Creative HQ, and that is and this is why this amendment's going forward, and I understand Councillor Chung is going to support it, or second it, sorry.
Councillor Chung, do you wish to speak now?
Yes, thank you. I think regardless of how this is actually written and the legality of it, I believe that any use of ratepayers' funds has to be accountable. And so we need to actually understand where our money is going and the value that it's actually returning. Now, for any organisation to not give us this information, it's reminiscent of the meetings that we've been having lately. So I think that we do need to understand how the money's being spent. It's not being spent on whether it's being spent on administration or whether it's actually being spent on giving grants and helping people to actually show off their wares, to look at using, sort of more ideas on doing things and to develop new products. So I think that we need to understand this, so that's why I'm supporting this.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. And thanks for the amendment. And I'm really interested that there's a questioning of Creative HQ and the governance structures. But what I would like to point out is that Creative HQ have many events to which councillors are all invited, and actually very few of us go. So because of that, and we definitely, Mayor Whānau opened the GovTech youth event a couple of weeks ago, and I was at another event they had recently, and Councillor McNulty and I have been down and had a meeting there. But because Creative HQ are so keen to get in front of us, they're coming to speak to us all next Monday afternoon in the Mayor's reception room. So just make sure that you're all invited, and you're welcome to come and hear what they're doing. But just to give you a bit of an overview, they are responsible for many of the tech startups in success in Wellington, organisations like Henry and the electric motorcycle company, which is all going from strength to strength. And they also work along government with the GovTech sector. So what I would suggest is that come along, come and see what they're doing, listen to the success that they're having for Wellington. They are one of the biggest successes that we don't get to champion enough. So you're right, I would like to see them come more as part of the Wellington NZ presentations and your reports to us, but come on Monday and come and listen. Kia ora.
Just very briefly, I will be going with the legal advice that has been provided to us. I know it's very important that we are not a funder of this, that the funder is Greater Wellington, and therefore the accountability and transparency sits primarily with that organisation, and they work through in a greater level of detail than we do as Wellington City Council, and I do not want to cause damage to our relationship with that council by cutting across the work that they already do. Councillor Brown, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, no, I'd just like to actually say that I will be supporting this because I do feel that there's nothing about this requirement that in any way should cause any grief for Creative HQ or Wellington NZ or our co-shareholder in Wellington NZ. This is just about accountability and transparency, and I'm disappointed that we don't have this already in place, and I think Diane has spotted a little bit of a black hole, and we should encourage this to happen.
Looks like there's no further debate. Councillor Calvert, right of reply.
Thank you. And as a councillor for the last 7 years, I've been to many Creative HQ events, and I've seen the work, and I've met with a lot of people that have been involved, especially GovTech, and been to many presentations. Not so much in the last 12 months, but I've got a pretty good handle on what they do, and I appreciate that they're coming to Council, to the Mayor's office on Monday, but this is about public accountability, and we shouldn't have one rule for one and other rules for others. So this is about putting everybody on a level playing field and making sure that we are, upholding public accountability. So having a cup of tea in the Mayor's office is probably not quite the same as coming to this debating chamber in public. And this is not cutting across Greater Wellington Regional Council. As you can see from the amendment, it's in conjunction with Greater Wellington Regional Council. So this is working in partnership with the other shareholder of Wellington NZ. So yes, I think what's happened over the last few years is it just hasn't been picked up, and it is probably a little bit of a hole in terms of how we've been interpreting the legislation. But nevertheless, we should have transparency around any organisation that this council funds in either directly or indirectly. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the vote.
I'll ask for a division as well, thanks.
We're just waiting on Councillor Wineta. That is lost. All right, we go back to the substantive. Is there any further debate? Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, I just really want to acknowledge that it will be feeling like an uncertain time for our CCOs. So I just really wanted to let you know that we have heard you, and we so appreciate the work that is done, and that we will be taking that all into great consideration as we go through to our RTP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just echoing the sentiments of the Deputy Mayor. I think now is the time for these organisations to really lay it out on the table and tell us what they can and cannot do with what we're putting forward, and if we are going to be able to maintain the work that they're doing, or if there are things that we can't. We need to know as we get through this process, so that when we meet again in February, we've got a really clear idea of what we can enable them to do, and if we're losing things, or what we're losing.
I've got two more speakers, but can I ask that we try not to echo sentiments, because we're on a very tight schedule. Councillor Free.
Yeah, look, I just want to say that I think it's really great to see all our CCOs here at the same time. I think it's really positive, and I noticed that most people are still here in the room, obviously hearing what their partners, their colleagues are doing. I am really bitterly disappointed about the Basin Reserve Trust, but I'm not going to let the matter rest. I'm going to try and persuade them on the board that they need to at least consider some summer times. I do think there's a really important principle there that unfortunately I wasn't supported around the table. I do need to also ask that we did call for a division, and I need to ask that that's recorded. Thank you.
As always, it will be. Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. I'd like to say how much I actually enjoyed these CCOs coming to talk to us. I have 2 pages of questions here which I wasn't given the opportunity to ask, so I'll bring those up at lunchtime. But I do think that when we listen to them, we actually understand exactly what the situation is. And unlike other councillors, I don't see things in pure black and white. I think that there are lots of shades of grey here, and so that we need to understand exactly what it is that the CCOs can or cannot do, or what we're stopping them from doing if we don't fund them adequately. Now, you all know that I don't like spending money at all, so I'm very careful about where the money actually goes to and what it's actually being used for. But thank you very much again for coming in today.
Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to very brief right of reply?
Look, just to thank my thanks to all the colleagues for such a lively debate, and to restate again the kind of how important the CCO relationships are, and that we are committed to working through each and every one of the things that you've put in your SOIs, and I thank you for the work that you've put into this process.
All right, we'll go to the vote. Councillor Young? That is carried unanimously. We now move on to the next item, which is the rating policy review, consultation outcome and updated rating policy. No, my Andrea Reeves and Raina Kiriyama to introduce the report. And Vincent, sorry, Vincent Kleinbrot.
So kia ora, councillors. Look, this paper reflects quite a substantial amount of work that has been completed over the last year, actually, on the rating policy review. And so just reflecting on the fact that we held numerous workshops throughout the course of this calendar year, took out some ideas or propositions to the community, have heard their feedback, and now have pulling this together. In terms of the next steps, I just want to highlight that actually there is another opportunity for you to hear feedback. So what we're asking for today is for your in-principle decisions around the rates that we've proposed, and also the changes to the remissions and postponements policy that we've proposed. That will be then used to inform our revenue and financing policy, and also the underlying information that goes into the long-term plan. The revenue and financing policy will be brought back to you in February, at which stage you'll be able to, have some input into it then and adopt that policy. And we will be consulting on that policy in conjunction with the long-term plan. So, as with this process, and as was always envisaged, there's actually 2 opportunities for people to have feedback on the on the rating policies. We went out and consulted separately to the long-term plan to enable us to get, the targeted feedback on what we were actually proposing here. So at this point, it's only in principle decisions, because of course you'll make the decisions ultimately when you set the long-term plan, post the consultation on that document. I will leave it there and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for answering to all of our questions on timely manner, and it's a good quality paper as well. My first question would be regards to the commercial differentials. Why are we doing? Who asked for this?
I think there was no specific request for us to look at the commercial. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just to note that was part of the, I believe, the annual plan from not last year. Yeah, last year, and that was an amendment to the annual plan.
So, and more broadly, there was a very specific quest to look at all of our rating policies. So we were looking at all aspects of the rating policy, including the differential. So, it was looking at every aspect of how we set rates. It was a completely comprehensive review.
And my second question would be, who benefits from this? Or is that fair to say this is a wealth transfer from the bottom to the top wealthiest? My reasoning is the top 10 commercial businesses will get about 1.1 million as a result of this policy change. To pay for that, you need to charge from 6,000 to 9,000 households.
You're getting into debate, Councillor.
No, I'm asking.
Well, no, you're making a speech.
Okay, let me put it in perspective. So, is that fair to say this is a wealth transfer from the bottom to the top?
Well, that's a decision ultimately for councillors to make in terms of your policy decision. We have looked at this and provided advice based on numerous criteria that we're required to consider in terms of setting a differential, and that is in effect making sure that those that benefit from the services that the council provides pays for those services. So it's not an accurate there's not a formula that you can apply. You need to consider many, many different aspects of that. This is what we went out and consulted on, and that's what the feedback came back on. Ultimately, the decision as to whether or not you want to pursue this or you see that as being right or wrong is a decision for councillors to make.
My third question is, in page 354, it says alignment with council strategy and policies. It shows this is affordable. Affordable for who?
Is that in regard, sorry, I can't find the page number.
354, alignment with council's strategy.
Is this in respect of the differential?
Yes.
Well, affordability is one aspect that we have considered. And again, as we've discussed during multiple workshops, it's not, we've had to look at that as a proxy for all ratepayers. We can't look at every single household and make assessments for each individual household and look at their affordability constraints.
I'll be back. I got one more question, but
okay, Councillor McNulty.
My understanding, when businesses are able to deduct the GST from rates and other things, is that the net differential is actually 2.3. Is that an accurate figure? It's been floating around a few places.
We haven't calculated that, I'm sorry.
Okay, and in terms of the differential, do we have qualified benefits, whether it's 3.7, 4.5, 3. Have we done work to substantively actually quantify that the differential is justified at whatever level that we choose to set it through?
Yes, so we have done quite a bit of sensitivity analysis and what the impact would be on slight changes in the differential, the multiplier on the average household, both residential and commercial. And we have looked at the who benefits as a background driver.
I guess I'm just getting a bit more specific. For a business, say on Lambton Quay, do we have data to say they are getting $3.70 or $3.25 worth of value in the dollar? Sorry, on what they're paying for their rates comparative to residential when we think about the services that council provide through to them?
Not at each individual rating unit level. No, we have to do that across the entire commercial kind of portfolio as a whole.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah,
noted you.
Just a process question. Could we please table the Q&A document as part of this? Thank you.
Councillor Winera.
Good, everybody. Can you hear me?
Can. Hi.
Kia ora everyone, greetings from the far north. I'm on the Waitangi Treaty Grounds at the moment. Hey, one quick question. So that figure of 4.5 for the vacant land differential, am I correct in understanding that it came based on an analysis of Christchurch's policy on the same?
Yes, you are correct in that, Councillor Wanera. There is only one other council that we're aware of that sets a differential on this basis. What I would note is setting any new differential comes with risks, and because ultimately any rate can be challenged. So what we have done is we've looked at what other local authorities have done in this space, Christchurch City Council being the only one that we're aware of. They used 4.5 in terms of their differential rate. So that's the one that we've proposed and we actually consulted on as well.
Cool. Can I just ask what factors of similarity you see between the two metro areas and why that 4.5 figure was deemed to be a good fit for Wellington?
So Christchurch is also limiting their differential to the inner city. Christchurch has also a very similar base rate as we do have of 0.21 cents in the dollar. 0.021, whereas we are 0.018, I think. So it's a very, very similar base. It's a similar area. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Nice to see everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Just in respect of the bare land differential, I mean, one of the observations which I had, especially from the presentations we had, was
questions, not observations.
Okay, what was the complexity issue, and I just wondered whether we've actually really assessed the cost benefit of whatever additional revenue this will bring in versus the cost of monitoring and doing whatever else we have to do.
So we've previously noted that the revenue that this would bring in would be relatively immaterial. It will come at a cost to administer and to implement. However, we've looked at this on the basis of linking this rate to the strategic intent of the council in terms of wanting to, I guess, ensure that land, particularly within the inner city, is used in the most efficient and effective manner.
And to increase vibrancy in the inner city area.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Thank you again, Andrea. If this was requested, if you agree with Councillor Matthew's point, why would...
Fact, Councillor.
No, I'm just saying, my question is here. If that was the case, why officers recommended this option when the majority of the community would not be benefiting from it? It's only the top businesses who would be getting the most.
Yeah. We need to, in making this assessment, look at not just the affordability aspect, but much of many other aspects in terms of the criteria that we need to look at. In particular, we need to look at ensuring that we're not trying to collect too much rates from a select portion of our community if they are not, if they're not receiving the direct services for that. So we're looking at trying to balance things equally across all of the things that we do and assessing many different factors.
Last question. Regards to the rates remission for first home building, the problem is it's not publicized well. That's why people are not getting. Why are we just backing it off when that is benefiting people who already, we got a good feedback for people who previously used it? Why are we backing it off? If we're backing it off, is there a possibility to move it into increasing for the low income rates remission, currently which is 500, into a bit bigger if we're removing the rates remission from there?
So yeah, maybe I'll split your question into two, if that's all right. We have already proposed an increase to the low-income remission from $500 to $700. Of course, that could be increased even further if council decides to do so. If you decide to do so. With respect to the first home builder remission, we got very, very mixed feedback on the survey, which is in the paper. With more people, though, I guess agreeing that we could remove it. The other thing with this first home builder remission is really the question: is it reaching its purpose? And I guess if you look at the average house in Wellington with a capital value of 1.3 million, is $5,000 really affecting the purchase decision?
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Just on the vacant land differential first, I think. It says that land is defined as undeveloped or not in active development if it's not active or have a consented use. Of course, if it's to be developed, how long can it take for a consent to be granted to a development? I mean, how long might a person be trying to develop a land, but how long does it take to get that consent?
I'm not. I don't have the answer to that question. In terms of how long it would take to get that consent. There are certainly requirements under legislation that we have to, process consents within a certain time frame, but I'm not sure what actual time frames are in terms of, whether we're meeting those, because we're not meeting them in all cases. What we have proposed in this is that if we would provide a remission in a case where say the consent process was held up significantly as a result of inaction on our behalf, that's what the intent of the remission was. So if someone was looking to invest in that property, to reduce, to whatever, they could actually apply for a remission as they're doing that.
Okay. Referring to the rating differential, is it correct that when the council sets rates, it has to justify the rates based on the services delivered to the ratepayer or the ratepayer category? And can you comment on the value or the amount of council services that are consumed by businesses compared to their current rating?
So yes, that is correct, and we'll have that analysis in the revenue and financing policy. So that's my point. This goes into, in principle, into the revenue and financing policy, and that comes to you in February for to review and to adopt accordingly. So that analysis will be incorporated in there. We have started and completed that analysis. We've been doing that in conjunction with this piece of work as well. Did you want to?
Yes, and while who benefits and the pay for services is a consideration, there's another consideration in the Local Government Act, which is on the community benefit, which is considered. And in the revenue and financing policy, which we've done a workshop with you, one example we brought up were the swimming pools, where we don't set rates, fees and rates so high that the community can still afford those services.
Okay, and one last question. While there's a focus on some very large business, the number of businesses can be very different. So can you just confirm that, if there's a creche or a corner dairy or that sort of stuff in your suburb, or those are all businesses, those will all be subject to this rates differential?
That's right. The commercial rates differential applies citywide. It's not only in the downtown area, which is probably what you're thinking of. It applies citywide, Councillor.
Thank you.
Pauwi Kelly.
Okay, my apologies if this has been answered, but my question is approximately what is the forecasted loss of revenue to Wellington City Council if we implement the decrease the commercial rates? So I know that what you're looking at doing is if we decrease it, we'll increase it to the residential, within the residential rates. But just, do you have an idea of what that decrease in real money terms is worth?
So firstly, the decrease in revenue to the council there won't be a change. So we're looking at how we divide up the rates pie is the analogy I always use. And we're just saying what portion pay what part of that pie. So that's the key consideration here. In terms of the proposed change in differential, Vincent might have the numbers to hand, just so you know.
So the proposed change in differential for the average residential property would be a 5% increase in rates, and that 5% I think translates to $160 roughly in total.
Okay, no, you've answered my question, thank you. 5% increase to the residents if this is voted. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, regarding the 5.5 to 1 differential, I'd like to ask how difficult do you think it's going to be to determine the parameters on how to look at any particular property and say that, oh, this falls into the definition of a derelict property, because it could be that people are planning to actually do something with it, but because the process is so long that it's sitting there for maybe a year. So are we going to put parameters on how long it sits there for before it becomes derelict? And also vacant land, of course, is a similar sort of situation where it may be vacant because they're planning to build something on it, but the planning process is quite difficult, or they're changing their minds. And so how do you actually determine which is genuine and which is not?
Yeah. So just firstly, the recommendation is for a 4.5 to 1 differential at this point. And in terms of the definition of vacant land, we have actually defined that in the policy itself. And so we would be working to apply those parameters. If someone has got plans, for example, to build on a vacant property, obviously they would need to show and demonstrate relevant criteria at the point that they're actually commencing that work, or getting the consents, etc., that demonstrate that they're actually going to change, and then then we would look to revert back to whether or not it's a base rate, a normal residential rate within the inner city, or a commercial rate at that point in time.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Free, and my apologies for interrupting your speech earlier, and my apologies that I didn't see you there. So your turn to ask questions.
That's right. I didn't realise you'd interrupt my speech.
I apologise. So we can move on.
Alrighty, so my question is really about the process. Given that we might be talking about a 5% increase or change for residents, I'd really like to understand more about the quantum of rates increase that we're actually talking about. And my question is the process really. Like, why are we talking about the revenue and financing policy before we're talking about the actual funding needs and what we might be wanting to provide and the implications of that?
So the funding needs analysis has been completed throughout this process and been incorporated within this process. That also, the reason we're talking about that in the revenue and financing policy context is that we need to demonstrate our compliance with that analysis within the revenue and financing policy. So that's where you see our analysis, that's where you actually see our compliance with that, but we've been doing that right throughout the process as well.
I mean, if it's going to be like a 20% increase for residents, just to say, then 5% on top of that's quite a bit.
So recognising that, absolutely. And so this is decoupling, this is about the principles of the rating policy that we're asking for and principle decisions on at this point in time in order to inform the policies. And this will all come together in February once you've got the complete package of information.
Okay, so it is kind of a circular thing. We can circle back on this and adjust it through the process.
Well, what you would need to do, it depends on... I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this, Councillor Free. If you're wanting to make significant changes to what has already been consulted on, that it depends on how far you want to stretch beyond that. But recognising my point right at the beginning that we're asking for an in-principle decision at this point in time to inform the basis in which we prepare the long-term plan. We then still need to reconsult with the community on this. So our ratepayers, our residents have another opportunity to provide their feedback on the policies and how this comes together.
I have one more question on the list. I have two more questions on the list. And then I would like to draw a line under questions while recognising we have some amendments and we have an amended substantive. So I expect there to be some questions about those once the paper has been moved and seconded. So I'm understanding that there will be probably some further questions at that point. Councillor Opanovich.
Thank you. My question sits with the differential. There seems to be a misconception that outgoings are not charged to tenants. So commercial landlords have two types of leases, gross leases and net leases. A net lease, the outgoings are paid directly by the tenant, which means rates are directly paid by the tenant. Do we know what the split of leases are throughout Wellington? Because I know at least one of those top 10 will always go net.
Yeah, no, we don't have that level of information. We don't hold that information in our rating information database, unfortunately.
Councillor McNulty.
Councillor Ivanovic just asked the same question I was going to.
Twinning is winning. All right, thank you. That's the end of those questions, but as I say, there may be some more to come. I am going to move the paper and Mayor Whānau is going to second. We will both speak and then... so what I have attempted to do is for ease and time, I have included some minor wording changes from Councillor Pannett in the substantive, which she will speak to. I've included some amendments from the Mayor, which she will speak to, and I have included a wording change to try and make the voting process easier. Because so I took some advice from Democracy Services, because the way that this vote will go, many of the decisions won't be by amendment. It will be vote something down or vote for it. So, but I was aware that the issue of the phasing in would be more tricky to achieve by amendment. So that is your point. You can see in red, agree that any changes to the commercial rates differential will be phased in over a period of 3 years. So I am putting it in that way. I do personally support phasing in if we are going to change the differential in order to assume to ease that impact on residential ratepayers over time. So if you support that, you vote for it. If you want to do the whole thing at once, you vote against it. And even if you want to not support a commercial differential change, you may still wish to support that in the event that it goes through. Okay, I'll do it again. I'll do it again when we come to vote. But so the point that in red, agree that any changes to the commercial rates differential will be phased in over a period of 3 years. If you don't think it should, if you think it should go in immediately, you vote that down. You vote against it. Well, I'll take that separately, and I will go through all of this when we come to the vote. So because many of the points, as I say, they will be you vote down or... so we can do the questions about the process afterwards, or... Okay, we can just do them now. Councillor Randall, is it about the process? Yes? Okay, I'll speak first because I'm speaking as the mover. The Mayor will speak and then we will take advice. So I just wanted to... Yes?
Process question, because I think there might be a mistake in the wording of the rates being completely remitted on number D, whereas maybe what is intended is that it's the remission of the extra differential. I mean, we are saying we agree to 4D, in my view, we're saying that they get no rates at all on vacant land and derelict buildings.
That's your wording. Is that yours, Councillor Pannett?
Sorry, I just... Well, it's almost full debate. Can we just maybe wait until we come to that and then Andrea
Don't
can...
second it because we ran into that problem where it was seconded.
Well, I've explained. So I was a little bit concerned when I saw the wording as it was came up on the recommendation. I understood another councillor had concern. So I corresponded with Ms Reeves, and she was extremely helpful in just explaining to me, because what I was worried about is that it would cancel out the differential, which was what we want to impose on people to encourage development. So she clarified that it was just about where people are doing pop-ups that you get some remission.
Andrea's going to respond.
It's outlined in, I'll ask Vincent also to clarify this. It is for such as pop-ups and, arts installations and those types of things that support activation. So the point behind this is that the reason we're introducing the vacant land and derelict property differential is that we're wanting vibrancy in the inner city. That's the kind of driver behind this, and we don't want, that to be diminished by having a whole lot of vacant lots or derelict buildings. The intent behind this is if someone was to then start to add to the vibrancy of the inner city by including things like pop-ups or art installations or things like that, while they may be thinking about making a more permanent solution, then they wouldn't be disadvantaged by paying such a high differential. That's the policy intent behind this. Yes.
So do we need
differential?
So do we need to add in differential to there?
Yes, we can.
So D, agree to the remission of rates differentials?
I'd suggest agree to the remission of the rates of vacant land and derelict, or the differential on rating vacant land and derelict buildings, I think. Yeah.
Could we just take 1 minute just to get that wording right, because that is important.
1 minute adjournment. You will see on your screen now the new wording, so thank you, councillors, for pointing that out. I'm now going to move the paper, and I'm not going to go into a lot of debate now. I think I'll probably save that for a right of reply when everything's kind of done and dusted. I mainly want to thank officers, Andrea, Vincent, Raina, the team for the work that has gone into this. I believe we should not wait so long to do another ratings policy review. We should do it more frequently because so that is something I definitely have learned from this process, and I think it should go into I hate to put things into that policy review cycle, but I think we should do this more frequency and not make it, a once in a generation thing. I look forward to the debate around amendments and the conversation about, it seems like there's a lot of attention around the commercial differentials and around the vacant land remission. I guess I just want to make the point that the vacant land and derelict buildings remissions, I want to, that I have heard the point made by advocates for land value rates, that it while it is worth doing, this does not address the problems that they are seeking to fix with our rating system. And I want to say, because there's been a little bit of, is it coming back, isn't it? And Councillor Brown, you'll be really happy to hear there is a full commitment. We will do the land value rating piece and make a decision on it in this term of council, and that is absolutely happening. And that process will start mid-next year. But I do believe we made the right call not to include it in this, given the scale of the other decisions that we need to make before then, including a long-term plan and a district plan. And just to note those structures to the paper, which I will go through again when it comes to voting. This voting process may take a little bit longer than some other papers, because I want us to be clear, these are relatively complex decisions, and so we will go slow on each one, and so people are understanding what they're voting for. I now pass over to Mayor Whānau, who's going to speak as seconder.
Point of order. Yes.
What is the point of order?
I wanted to ask a question of officers around...
That's not a point of order. We will take questions on the amendment after the seconder has spoken. Is it a question of an amendment?
Well, that means you can't change it if you receive more information from officers.
Well, we can with leave of the meeting. Sorry, but we did all that, and I've since moved it, so you can't actually change it before I've moved it, is my understanding.
With all due respect, Madam Chair, I never saw the substantive amendments, the substantive elements of the changes. Where I was working off the amendment as it was published, the report as it was published. So there are some changes there that I wanted to ask officers about. And I just wanted to see whether that was possible.
I've moved. We will have further questions of officers after the seconder has spoken. So we'll do it then, Tony. All right, Mayor Whānau.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you to the officers for their mahi on this, and it was very tricky, and it is a difficult subject at this time, and especially to those who gave feedback on this during consultation. For me, so in terms of the commercial rates differential, I totally acknowledge that, who pays what is hard, and how we manage that pie is hard. And while it would be good to decrease the rates for the commercial sector, I couldn't hand on heart then allow it to be put onto households. That is where my decision sits on that. And that's why I won't be supporting 3A. I am conscious of business support though, and I think investing in core infrastructure like water, transport, the Courtenay precinct, and events will have a good impact on them. I also sat in the speech from the throne yesterday, and there was a heavy focus on business, and we know that is coming, so I'm quite keen for us then to focus on people, which didn't feature quite as much in that speech. In terms of vacant land differential, I'm very supportive of this and have been for some time. We need more tools to encourage development across our city, and I'm keen to, in time, expand this across our city as well. I believe in the slightly higher differential is warranted for downtown Wellington. It was actually a few months ago that we spoke to the Cuba Street and Courtenay Place retailers, as well as hospitality providers, and this was a big topic for them, major concern, and there was strong support for this. We've also had strong support from the public, and I support the rest of the recommendations, just not 3A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Whānau. I think we will now, is your hand up for a question? Okay, we're going to go to further questions of officers, I think. And so let's let's quickly go through and see that we can see all of the changes. Let's scroll down so everybody is aware that what has changed. So there is that AI, which is my one, which is the process one about the phasing in. There is the C, which is in red, and that has come from Mayor Whānau. When we go down to 4D, that is the wording change as suggested by Councillor Pannett, which she will speak to. Can we scroll down? That's... Oh, sorry, and the 5-to-1, which I didn't highlight, which is in red. So that is the change to the rate as suggested by Mayor Whānau, which has been distributed to councillors. So that is changing the I believe it was 4.5-to-1 to 5-to-1. So that is the amount of the differential on vacant land and derelict buildings. Councillor Randall.
Yes, thank you. So I just want to ask, with respect to 3B, do council officers support the amendment of the differential to 5-to-1?
We have provided advice based on the fact that setting a new differential, I say targeted rate, sorry, new differential rate comes with the risk of legal challenge. And so in terms of providing our advice, we have looked to what other councils have done and whether there's any precedent set. And that was the basis for us recommending a 4.5-to-1, and that was what we consulted on, noting, of course, that consultation feedback also supported, in some cases, extending that differential. So this is a policy decision that you as councillors need to make. It's not one that we should support or not support, but our advice was on the 4.5 on the basis that Christchurch City Council set it on that.
Okay. And with respect to 4D, you commented that the rating policy recommended was to have some flexibility around land that was in the process of being developed, even if it didn't meet the strict criteria. Is the deletion of the last clause going to constrain you in being able to exercise that flexibility?
It would constrain us on the ability to exercise that discretion, recognising also, though, that, as my understanding is, the intent was to make it crystal clear in terms of where that discretion lied for council officers.
All right, I just want to make a note. There are some more amendments that are going to come. This is everything that is in the amended substantive, which we are taking questions on now. And there is an amendment to come from Councillor McNulty, but we won't discuss that now. So that is still to come. Right, Councillor Winera, do you have a question? Is that what your hand up is?
To draw the attention of the mover to a potential spelling mistake in one of the amendments in red. 4 Delta reads a differential where land is being activated to contribute. Oh, yeah, mine has been fixed. My bad.
We appreciated that army speak. Thank you. Councillor Chung.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask, you said that you're talking to other municipalities about what they actually do with the differential, and you mentioned that Christchurch has a 4.5, 4-to-5 differential. What about the other cities or other municipalities? What do they have?
No, nothing. There's no other that we're aware of. They could be setting them as through this current LTP process, but we're not aware of any similar precedent being completed by any other council at this point in time.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Free.
The problem we've got is if you wanted to stick with the original officer advice around the 4.5-to-1 instead of 5-to-1, you would have to now foreshadow an amendment. Is that right?
If it's voted down, does it refer back to the 4? Yeah, if it's voted down, it refers back to the 4.5.
Well, how does that happen when it's voted down? Because it's replaced. Because that's what happens when you put it in.
I do not need everybody
So-
cheering.
Just for clarity, councillors, my understanding would be that if you voted against 3B, you would be not introducing a general rates differential.
right. Okay, all right, so
And
we
if you
can
wanted
do.
to revert to 4.5, you would need to move an amendment to do so.
So when we come to 3B, if someone wants to move a foreshadowed amendment.
I will just signal that I will be.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful,
To
Councillor Free.
clarify, sorry, Chair, it wouldn't be a foreshadowed amendment because this is a motion. It would just be an amendment, and you would have to do it as part of normal debate.
Okay, so there will be an amendment to come from Councillor Free. So that means we will go to, sorry, this is what I tried to avoid with my other one, but it is very difficult to avoid. So we will get an amendment sorted over the lunch break, and we will come back to that. Councillor Pannett, do you wish to speak now? And then we'll do amendments when we come back after lunch. Lovely, thank you so much.
All right, well, obviously, first like to thank the staff for their hard work and the submitters that gave us some useful feedback. Oh gosh, there's so many issues here. Very briefly, the differential, long-standing issue. We've had many, many debates over this. The first point is I'd want to thank Ms Reeves for agreeing to do a very clear justification so we can point to it. This is why we're doing it. I will not be, there you go, more of a socialist. I'm not going to be supporting a shift. Our residents are under pressure. And some businesses can afford it and have more avenues open to them. And saying that, I always go back to my local dairy owner. He's suffering just as much as any resident, and so we do need to be careful with the way we spend our money. I would like to thank the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor McNulty, especially for your support on the earthquake-prone buildings. This is actually probably the most significant kind of funding tool we've got. We'll be able to go to the Minister now and say, we're really trying to get our way through this very complex problem of funding earthquake strengthening, so really grateful for that. I will be strongly supporting Mayor Whānau's amendment. Good on you. This needs to be done. People, if they're going to own land, they need to do something with it and not let it sit rotting for years. I do think talking about changing the rating base, I think it's one of those things, is this magic solution. I think there's a whole lot of things that are going to have to come into play. I will not be supporting the removal of the first home owner remission. It might not be the most effective, but I think we need every tool in the toolbox to get people into their homes. So I just consider it a bad signal and not particularly helpful. When people know about it, they'll use it. Māori land, I just wanted to make the comment, I was disappointed by the amount of opposition to this. We've obviously still got a bit of work to do. I will also be supporting that. I'm still somewhat sore over the decision not to put money into a fund for housing affordability. I will not be giving up. I will be coming back to that. The only way we are going to make homes more affordable is, one, to build them, but also to give people help to get into them. The last thing I'm just going to make a point is about this amendment. So thank you, Councillor Matthews, for incorporating it. It's very benign. All it's saying is clarifying what it was for, because the way it was originally worded in the recommendation looked like we were going to counteract what the good work we've done on the differential by saying, oh, you can, if you've got some hardship, we'll give you a remission. Ms Reeves pointed out to me, no, it was just if you were trying to do some activation. And thank you, Councillor Free, who's on fire today with, making sure our processes are right and doing my editing. It is just the differential. It's not the entire part, because we don't want to let people off the hook, as I've just said. So it's just a minor one, just to say, look, if people explaining that it's for the pop-ups, the activation, it's just on the differential. And I've also asked this thing about council's inactions or actions, that part to be deleted. It left us wide open. And I thought it was very unsafe. It wasn't defined how people would be able to hold us to account. There are ways, if we do stuff up, of awarding compensation. But given the issues, the many issues with the consenting regime that is had in this country, I just think it was difficult and unreasonable, because sometimes there'll be good reasons for delay. So I just think just better to keep it out, but we'll sort out any individual issues as they come up. We can do that, because that's the way we roll in this organisation. So very happy to support this paper. Great work, and looking forward to seeing how we can do even more next year when we lobby the government to get more funding tools into the box, because at the end of the day, the differential discussion is actually a bit of a waste of time. It's really just an argument about who's going to pay. So if the rating goes to the commercial sector, that means that all of us have less money in our pockets to pay to buy goods and services, to go out to dinner and support our wonderful hospitality system and all the rest of it. So it's just really an argument about who pays. We need to get more money into the kitty. Kia ora.
We are now going to adjourn for lunch. The lunch is on level 8 with the CCOs. We will need to be back here at 2 p.m. sharp and ready to go. There are some issues, and any issues with amendments need to be resolved within that hour. And I need to talk to some people that are moving them because I don't believe the first home buyer's remission is a separate clause. So I need to get that as an amendment potentially in order to ensure it's addressed, but that's all right. We've got some people moving amendments. I can talk to them about that. So we will, when we come back, we will move to the McNulty Abdurrahman amendments. And hopefully that series of amendments should clean everything up, and then we just go to the voting. Thank you. We'll reconvene. We are going to start. We have 2 amendments. I want to apologise. I was wrong about the first home buyer. That was a separate clause. So we do not need an amendment about that. That is one you can either vote for or against. And as I say, when it comes to the vote, we will go slowly-ish for us and making sure that we're clear on what each amendment or what each clause does. Yes. So, but we are going to now move to the first amendments, which are moved McNulty, seconded Abdurrahman. Okay, yes. Sorry, Councillor Wineta, if you're online. So you will see there is one that has been circulated. There is one that has been circulated over the lunch break. So we will move the amendments and. Can we just check there's appeared? I'm not sure what that means. I think that's appealed. Oh yes, sorry, that's just a typo. Thank you for that, Sarah. You are on fire today. Yes. Applied. Sorry.
Oh, now I can hear. Sorry. So can I just ask a meaning of the motion, or should I wait until the mover is introduced?
We will move them and then we will have questions of officers.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Can I move it? Can we do the questions and then I'll second it, because there may be some variations of officer questions we might want to make.
No.
That's wise. We came
You move it and then
I'll move it. We'll go
I
to
think
questions.
once it's moved, you have to take questions.
Yeah. I'm happy to move it. I'm just told don't just second it until after.
Okay, we'll take questions first.
Yeah, because there might be some. All right, I'll move it.
Okay, so we go straight to questions.
Okay.
So Councillor Pennant has one.
Well, it's actually a question to the mover, not to the officers. Oh, okay. So I'm a bit confused coming from a Labor councillor. Are you saying that you want this amendment to go through if we fail to vote down the differential shift? So you're basically, yeah.
That in debate. Questions of officers about these amendments. Councillor Free.
So the value of $700 or $800, my understanding is at the moment the government only rebates $500. Wouldn't we be wanting to actually address that with the government?
The government currently, as a rates rebate at 23-24, remits up to $750.
Oh, okay. $750.
And this would be over and above that. So
what?
So, yes. So this is a remission, a further remission that would be applied. So the process that we use is that a ratepayer would apply for a rates rebate to central government because they hold that pot of money, and they have to provide the Department of Internal Affairs, who administers the rebate, with all of the required documentation. Then once they get that $750, they can actually come to us and seek a further remission. Under our existing policy, that would be $700. The proposal here is to increase it up to $800.
So all up and get either $1,400 or $1,500 off their rates bill.
Correct.
But they would have to be paid for by other ratepayers.
Correct.
So yes. So my question is about sort of the budgetary implications of this decision, and what is the cost to the organisation? Do we have any idea?
We haven't been able to calculate the cost to the organisation in the short period of time that this has come to us. So just recognising that the $750 originally from the rates rebate, that would be central government funded. So that wouldn't. It's this portion that would be funded by the council, or would have to be covered by others.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just want to ask, do officers support each of these amendments?
So I'll start with the rates rebate one, because again, we haven't had a chance to look at what the cost implications are for the increase here. So but we have modelled the 700. Well, we've, based our calculations on the 700, so we haven't had that chance to consider. In regards to the first one, I've provided some advice around that because we don't actually have the addresses of commercial businesses in Wellington, so we would need to think quite creatively about how we would do that. My advice is that we would look to engage with those that might have a better outreach to those commercial businesses rather than sort of doing a letter drop, because that may not actually be that effective, and that we would look to get our messages out through the likes of the Property Council New Zealand if they wished, those kind of organisations.
Okay, so just to be clear, especially on the remission, do you support, as an officer, do you support this amendment?
That's a policy decision that you guys need to make in terms of the level.
I think so. I mean, just in general, we need to, when we're asking these questions, I do think we need to reframe them from do you support or not to what is your advice on this amendment? Yeah, and so that's been given, I think. Councillor Pannett.
Sorry, just a quick question. Do you have any idea about the numbers of people that get this? You just don't even...
We would need some more time to clarify that.
Okay. And then presumably, while it might sound like quite a lot of money, you might be talking about people who are paying $6,000 or $5,000 a year in rates. You just wouldn't know?
Unlikely, because they wouldn't qualify for the rates rebate at that level.
Oh, sorry. So you mean it's just on if you're paying a low amount of rates and then you get the rebate?
No, the rates rebate, it depends on... We can't categorise that actually, because we don't know who would necessarily get the rates rebates and what level of property. We haven't done all of that analysis at this point.
So just the often concern is that people buy property a long time ago when it's not very expensive, and then it increases in value, but they don't have the cash. This is where the problem comes.
There will certainly be ratepayers in that situation that will apply for the rebate, but I don't know the quantum.
Councillor Kōrau.
Do you have any idea how many commercial businesses there are in Wellington?
Short of 5,000 rating units?
No, I mean actual businesses, because this is what this amendment's talking about.
No, we don't have that detail.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Regarding the writing to all the businesses, would it be just as effective if we actually put an ad in the paper? Because I'm looking at the cost of actually getting to them and then getting the response.
The advice that I've taken from those that are better informed than I am about, getting these messages out, is that we would look to engage directly with people that have those connections with those businesses and talk to them about it and go through their mechanisms, and that may be more effective. We could certainly use our other media channels and social media channels to say we've made this decision, and therefore we really encourage that. So there is absolutely a whole lot of channels that we could use, and and we can be quite creative here. I think that was the words of encouragement that we had, and we would be creative here, but doing a letter drop may be difficult.
Yes.
This amendment talks about getting the leaseholders to negotiate with their landlords. Do you think that's something that we should become involved in? I'm afraid that we may get pushback on this.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, the amendment says that we advise that leaseholders may need to negotiate with their landlords, and I'm afraid that may alienate the landlords who are actually paying the rent. So,
look, we have no power to direct. I mean, as I would read this, we would just be encouraging that to happen. Yeah.
That seems to be the end of the questions. Oh, sorry, Sarah.
So, just this might be a point of clarification, but is D meant to be a maximum value of 700 to a maximum value of 800? It seems to me a little bit ambiguous.
Yep. You could add to a maximum. You could add that wording into the.
Yeah. Oh, actually, are there any questions around Councillor Free's amendment as well? Yeah.
I would actually like to ask the Chief Executive whether she has a bit more comfort over the 4.5 or the 5. Oh, Tim. Oh, he's been clipped.
Sorry, Barbara, you seem to have been upstaged.
And I can't believe it's through here.
Is Tui having a say?
I think this may be a question our CFO is better to answer. I know that the advice we've given in our report is the advice we think is the right advice, and there are reasons for that. Perhaps I can invite you to comment.
Yeah, as noted previously, the concept of introducing this differential rate comes with risks, as does the introduction of any new rate. And we have looked to the only one other council who has this type of differential, and they've set it on the basis of 4.5 to 1. They also have similar circumstances and intent in what they're trying to achieve with this. And so that's the basis of our advice.
I just wonder if there is advice on, how easy it would be to defend the 4.5 versus the 5.
Until that's tested in this has not been tested in the courts. We're not aware of any challenge to Christchurch City's differential. That's not to say that there hasn't been, we're just not aware. And so, until this kind of case law around this, I'm not sure what else we could provide.
And from the consultation, because, there was a variety of things consulted on, but would you say the consultation results led you to think 4.5 rather than anything higher?
Well, the consultation results, more respondents pointed to a 5.0 differential than a 4.5 differential. So, however, our advice is based on obviously mapping to Christchurch City Council and the risk associated with probably increasing the differential rather than the consultation.
Okay. Now we've come to the end of the questions. Thank you, team. So now I will pass over to Councillor McNulty, who's going to move the amendments.
Cool. I've just done a little tweak to go on that one. So I'll amend it from direct officers to investigate to officers to investigate writing to all commercial businesses. So a little less absolute based on some of that advice. I'll talk about this. So it's not my intention to support the change to the differential, but, we often see policy here that we don't agree with the general direction, but we want to make it a little bit less bad in our personal opinions, and that's what the intention is here, that if we do pass this change to the differential, we actually empower businesses to capture that, and that's based on my experience having talked to business groups in my ward, having door-knocked businesses in Tawa and having door-knocked businesses in Johnsonville. It seems, though I'm told that the net lease situation is the standard in Wellington, that was definitely not my situation when I've talked to businesses. Most businesses were sitting in a position where they pay one sum on a monthly basis to the landlord and they don't see a rates bill. So for here, if we are thinking of who we want to save, and I think Councillor Randall, the corner dairy he brought up this morning, that's, I think all of us around this table, that's the type of business that we want this to see this relief come through to, not necessarily mega landlords or mega mall landlords that have no intention of passing on any direct savings to their tenants. So it's procedural, it's cumbersome, I admit it, it's not a nice way, but the reason I've persisted with it is that actually it says to me there's a little bit of a problem in the organisation that we don't have a way of getting through to businesses. And I'd like to think I know a little bit about marketing comms coming from that background. And people are not engaged with council on a good day on most issues. That's the reality. Business owners have a perpetual list of, I will get around to this one day but right now I'm just busy getting through the day, and engaging with council is definitely sitting on that one. So it's about how do you actually get something in front of them, and direct mail is one of the most effective ways of actually getting a message in front of somebody. It's not effective if you want to sell or take action in terms of marketing, but it is an awareness piece in the marketing mix. So that's why I focused on the direct mail aspect, because advertising the posts, using our social media channels, they'll get to some, but they won't get to everyone. That's the reality here. So look, I'm not going to die or on a hill on this amendment. It just feels to me like something that will help us empower businesses in a gross lease situation to see a bit of relief, and Councillor Abdurrahman will speak to 3D. Cheers.
You've spoken to the substantive as well, because this is your opportunity to do so?
Yeah, I'll call that the substantive.
I believe so. Oh, okay, you can speak again. Sorry.
All right. I think
Yay.
I've said most of what I need to, but yeah, I'll pass on to Councillor Abdurrahman to second.
Kia ora whanau, I'm very happy to second this amendment, especially number 3D. And I think it's very important for this council to understand what kind of challenges low-income communities are going through. Low-income communities get a rate submission if it is only, look, let me read it from the Department of Internal Affairs. The income threshold for eligibility for rebates is 20,000. So imagine of getting that and paying out of that 4,000 or 5,000. That is why the criteria in the Department of Internal Affairs is to give us 750. I think here I see it actually 500, they might have increased it. So for us, we need to do every little thing that we can, and we're doing it great by increasing from 500 to 700, and that 100 is not gonna make much difference, but it will change a lot for those communities. And at some stage, they afforded to buy a house, and now they are struggling, and they qualify for this, and we need to do everything. And I will come back for the main paper, but I really hope you all support this and standing with those communities.
Councillor Free, do you have a process question?
I'm sorry, but just having listened to Councillor Abdurrahman, I think we need to put the word successfully applied, because there could be many people who've applied. I would suggest with the leave at the meeting. No, it's not with the leave at the meeting. That was the problem we had at Regs. Because anyone can apply. I could apply.
I think that's fine because you wouldn't get their remission. I think,
no, but
I think the wording
not
is
what it says.
So because it's already been moved and spoken to, it's up to the mover if you would like to seek leave of the meeting to make that change. Otherwise, we can proceed.
Let's seek leave, or are we going to need to foreshadow an amendment? I hope not.
Oh no, please no.
Seek leave.
Okay, is there any objection to leave being granted for that? There is none. We will put that word in. Thank you, Councillor Free. Councillor Waneta, do you wish to speak?
I do.
Go.
Good everyone. Coming at you live from Te Wānui Tāne, incidentally just down the road from James Busby's house over there. Hey, I'm going to take this opportunity to speak in support of this amendment, and I'll also give my reckons on the substantive while I'm here, or elements thereof. So, yeah, just want to support the intent behind this, that should the new differential be passed, and I would like to vociferously encourage that not to become the case. If it should be passed, then I think we have the opportunity to move into a very refreshing advocacy space with our business community and send a message that we're on their side in ensuring that benefits are passed on to those businesses that we really value in our city. I think I was quoted in some various internet papers calling for the passing on of benefits to Ye Olde Knitting Store, which I'm sure is a great priority for many of us. But it's important that we keep those small businesses that we love to see going, and if there are tools available to them to ensure that they can get some benefits from policies we make in this house, then I think they should be made aware of that proactively, not reactively. I'll move on to the substantive. I just want to really support some of the additions made to the substantive by Mayor Whānau, particularly around that 5 to 1 ratio for the vacant land differential. Obviously, as a council that is seeking to densify our central city and increasing the pace of development in our central city, I think we need to pull the levers that we can as strongly as we possibly can to enable that. And I think this is a great chance that the mayor has identified to do so. Bringing that ratio up from Christchurch is a good start, but I think there are aspects of our strategic situation that would befit a higher rate being applied, and I think 5 to 1 strikes a really good balance between that. Wellington also has a higher commercial to residential ratio than Christchurch, so it would also be appropriate that vacant land ratio be higher in accordance with that. Finally, I just want to say that I'm very grateful to our finance homies for bringing this to the table. I appreciate that we have hounded them pretty hard about solutions to enabling development, to punishing land banking, and to activating land. And I just want to remind everyone at the table that the big prize, which is obviously our inevitable and victorious shift to land value rating, is just around the corner. And that is the big prize, but it's totally fine to have smaller prizes along the way. So that's all from me. Yes, really support this amendment and support elements of the substantive aside from the rating differential for commercial businesses, and encourage you to support this one. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor. I've just got myself next briefly to say that I will support D, but I just, like everything in the current context, it will be subject to the kind of looking at the total budget. And, you know, while this absolutely feels right to do, that we will need to look at where we have landed on everything. Yes. Is there any further? Councillor Chung?
Thanks very much. With respect to my learned colleague down there, Councillor McNulty, I think that it depends on which businesses you're actually looking at. See, every lease that I have and every landowner, building owner that I know, the rates are actually charged directly to the tenant, and so the landlord doesn't ever actually see them, so they're responsible for paying it. But I suspect that may be larger leases and larger property rather than a small retail shop. So it depends on how you actually, you know, who you actually want to target. And so if you want to benefit, of course, you want to benefit the tenant. The other thing about the 5-to-1 sort of targeted rate on vacant land, I see that fraught with issues, because you've got to really have a really tight definition of what it is. And similar to what I was saying to what I was asking the council officers before, is that you've got to understand every particular situation of what it is. And it may be that someone has residential land in the city and they're fully intending to do something with it, but then they could get charged commercial rates on it because it's empty and because it isn't the CBD. So I think that it's fraught with issues, and so I'm not comfortable with it. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thanks. So am I allowed to talk about the whole picture? Okay. So I just like to actually make a number of comments, because I did put a lot of effort into this particular piece of work, and I also spent a lot of time talking to the Chamber of Commerce about their submission and referencing sort of other sources. And I didn't feel this was a particularly well done exercise. Sorry, Rainier and Andrea. Tax is really complicated because you've got issues of fairness, you've got issues of user pays, you've got issues of economic distortions, and consequences. And for me, a lot of those critical wider factors were not really considered. And I mean, even the consideration of the underlying rationale of why we're actually doing this, which is to do with the fact that the commercial ratepayers in Wellington pay 44%. I think it was confirmed this morning to me by Andrew. I think it was 44% of our rates come from commercial ratepayers. So there is the whole issue is around, really we're arguing not about a differential as such. We're actually arguing whether 44% is an appropriate rate, or whether that is actually having negative consequences. One of the most important things, if not the most important thing about the commercial rate, is of course who pays. And this is the point which Ben is making about, is it paid by the businesses that use the commercial properties, or is it paid by the landlord? And when I say paid, I mean, who does it actually really impact? Does it impact the value of the business, or does it impact the value of the property? My research, which was reasonably extensive, is that Wellington is very much a city where people pay net rates. And of course, you guys all voted in favour of the council entering into a tenancy agreement a week or so ago, which was a net rate deal. So, I mean, we're all aware of that factor, and you're also aware through the economics that we were given in that particular instance of what the ratio is of costs, i.e., insurance and rates, to the actual rent. So I feel that there's a lot of factors that really needed to be on the table and needed to be clear before we made a decision on this. I was quite strongly in favour of the bare land differential. I liked the kind of the basic intention of taxing people who had underdeveloped land, who were land banking, and especially as interestingly enough, one of the most notorious, if I could use that word, land bankers of Wellington came and presented to us during the submissions, and he made a number of extremely powerful points about the complexity of the bare land rate, about the consequences in terms of forcing people or obliging people to do short-term type of development projects where maybe long-term uses could be of greater value. And I look at the quantum of money that this is going to actually bring into council. I look at the potential distortionary effects of that bare land rate, and I thought about his presentation, and I decided that actually this, given the lack of real information that we had about the critical factors, that actually I would take what he was saying at face value, and I would think that actually a bare land rate at this time was a mistake. Really, though, the point that I would like to make most about this decision, and I know that we're not opposing the change in the differential from 3.75 to 3.25, which is the main point, is that in Wellington, a great many businesses are struggling. And I admire, I think Ben's comments about making sure that it is the businesses that benefit as opposed to the property owners is, it's a valid point. And I'm sure you all read that email I sent around a week or so ago about one of the coffee shops in Lyell Bay that's been very successful for a long time and is going through a very tough time. That's obviously a common thread of business in Wellington. There's a really important messaging around the business versus residential. And I think if we don't send a clear message to the business sector that we are really respecting their difficulties at these times, and I know that we're obviously transferring the cost onto somebody else, but I think if we don't send them a really clear message, we have missed an opportunity to make it clear that we respect and want business to actually thrive in Wellington. And this is obviously one of the ways we can do it, by actually reducing the rating burden. So for a whole range of reasons, I'm not comfortable with this overall recommendation. There are bits of it which I'm comfortable with, but as a package, not so much. But I think Councillor Matthews made the point that we shouldn't do this thing as infrequently as we have. I would really hope that is correct. I hate the thought that we're going to move from a capital value into a land value, but nevertheless, I think this is an area of analysis that we need to do more frequently. I think we deserve to dig a lot more deeply as to what the effects of these rate increases are. But I think that the critical messaging out of this is the 3.75 down to 3.25 is a super important piece of signalling. So I will be voting definitely in favour of that clause, and I would definitely not be voting in favour of delaying its implementation for 3 years, because I can see I don't think that's a reasonable thing. I think businesses in Wellington are suffering today. The quicker that is actually implemented, the better. I'm okay with Ben's thing. I don't think that's actually important, because I think most people in New Zealand and Wellington pay net rent anyhow. So thank you.
I am putting, just to note, I am putting the timer on. That was way over, but I will, we do need to keep moving. Councillor Free.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm in two minds about bringing my amendment, but I'm going to let it stand. I expect that it won't succeed. But for me...
We're on the other amendment currently?
Oh, sure. I thought we were allowed to talk to everything, but okay.
Well, you can, but you've got to move your amendment, so it makes sense to do it then.
Okay. I will wait until we get to that point.
Yeah. Great. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, and I'm just talking to these amendments by Councillor McNulty. I don't know whether people realise, but according to Infometrics, within the CBD, we have 9,500 businesses. So that's more than just one person in a business. So I don't know what we've got through the rest of the city. Probably, maybe about 13,500 if you take a rough estimate. If we wrote to them all, if we knew who they were. And I think a stamp is now about $3 something, because I got one. I got a Christmas card, my first Christmas card, and had a stamp on it. So you can imagine the cost of doing something like this, and for what benefit. And I think what we've got to do as a council is, I know we have great intentions. I know we want to be fair to everyone, but we've got to make sure the actions that we do actually stack up and make a difference. And we're often making decisions without that evidence, without those facts. So it might be a feel-good thing, but actually, what difference does it make? And I think that's what 3A is. I think 3D is also along the same veins. And again, we don't understand. And when we're looking at rating, it is a package. It's like any taxation. It's like a package because what you end up potentially doing is preferring one group over another, and maybe intentionally, but not understanding the unintentional consequences. So I can't support these amendments because I don't believe they've been well thought through. And we've seen how we've just had to make the last minute changes to some of the words. And then this happened last week as well. And we've also, we don't have the facts in front of us. And I can't understand why we want to play around with these things at this stage, because we've got to look at the entire package. So I won't be supporting these.
We go to right of reply.
Yeah, look, we have missing data, clearly. There seems to be reckons on whether most businesses are in a gross or a net lease situation, and I'm sure if we had that around the table, it would actually be incredibly valuable and contribute well to this debate. So we're sort of left to go with our gut on what that is. What we know is that most businesses with a net lease are supermarkets, nationwide retailers, or potentially delinquent property owners of certain shopping centres. They are the ones where we have net leases come through. I can only go on my anecdotal experience, but certainly from talking to small businesses, independently owned businesses, most were in a gross rent situation. So will this make a difference, was the question Councillor Calvert just posed. And I guess I think about how I went into the karate dojo in Johnsonville and I let them know, we're doing this piece of work. Did you know about it? No. Would you know that if the rent was, do you see your rates invoice? No, we don't. We just pay the landlord amount. So if we made this change, would you know about it? No. So that's the person that I'm thinking about. It's specifically these people that aren't engaged with council. They're busy operating their lives and living their lives and operating their businesses. And I think it would make a difference. I genuinely do. And I guess in terms of cost, we've just had an election. You can get 30,000 homes direct mailed at a rate of about $5,000. So, you know, that's out there in terms of direct mail costs. I know that I got that quoted from someone else. So it doesn't seem in the realm of the insurmountable to be able to actually do this in terms of cost. So look, I'm not going to die on the hill on it. I think it's something proactive we can do. What this says to me is actually we need to have a bigger think about, we should have the email address of every business in the city. We should have some way of being able to capture that and being able to communicate as council. But that's not the time and place in this paper, but it's identified to me a real black hole of information and something we should be doing better as an organisation. Get it?
All right, we will now go to the vote. We will take these two amendments separately. I don't think I need to do any other explanation of those. That's exactly what I just said. Yep. So the first one, which is about the investigating writing to all commercial businesses. Can you please vote, councillors? That is carried. And we move to the second, which is about the increase of the remission. That is also carried.
Take a division on those, please.
You generally can we make the request before the votes are put? Yep, but next time, can you? Right, we will now move to Councillor Free's amendment.
Thank you. I'm sorry I spoke out of turn. So I'm not really expecting the majority of people to support this, but I did feel I had to put it up because the way that, sometimes our amendments come with the substantive, there's not actually a way to revert easily to the officer advice. And I think this is a case where we should respect officer advice. It was clear that the people who did support this could have tolerated a higher level, but there is good reason why they've chosen not to go past the precedent that was set in another city. And having been on council for a while now, I know that we do get legal challenges. Those legal challenges are very real and they cost us a lot of money. And I think that if officers feel and I have managed to establish from informal talking that their advice was their advice, that they do think that it should be 4.5 and not 5. I think that we possibly should respect that when it comes to something as big as charging people for rates. It also gives them an extra lever if they are challenged, that they can say, well, actually, it could have been higher. So that they then stand on solid ground with the 4.5 rather than being on wobbly ground with a 5. So, look, I'm totally expecting I could be the only person to vote for this, but I thought about withdrawing it, and I thought, no, I think it needs to stand as the original officer advice to give all of you a chance to actually support the officer advice. But, I understand where the Mayor and others are coming from on this. I'll talk to the rest of it if I may. Just quickly, I think, could you just put back the other matters that we're considering? Or otherwise I'll have another go. Sorry, I thought I'd probably be more efficient to this. The commercial differential, I've thought long and hard about this, but we did move it up. It used to be 2.8 when I started on council. It's gone up and up and up. And I do think we need to start to give a signal to our businesses that we value them. So I'm going to be voting for this. I think it could well be that we could strike a balance somewhere in the middle. But at the moment, this is going for another phase of consultation, and I do want to show some support for our businesses. I am also going to support phasing it in. I heard what my colleague said, but I think there's an argument not to shock systems. The vacant land, well, I've spoken on that. I think that's the agreeing to the remission of the vacant land where it's being activated. I'm going to consider that what other people have to say about that. I still haven't quite made my mind up on that one. But generally speaking, I would speak to the process where we have to make this decision about how we're going to divide the rates up before we really know the quantum of how much we're going to be charging people. Because in my mind, I know it's a chicken and egg situation. It's not actually easy to work out which way you should do it. But personally, I think it would be useful for us to know what we've decided to spend and who's benefiting from that before we make this decision about how we're actually splitting it up. So there's a little bit of unease in my mind about that. But anyway, here we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Free. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I believe Councillor Panovich had offered. Is he still here?
He's over there.
Yeah, you are.
Well, yes, I'm still here, but I'm rethinking now.
Do you wish to speak, Councillor?
I'm wounded now.
I see you, John.
Okay.
I see you.
I was intending to vote for this. Yep.
Blame my eyesight, not your presence.
It's okay.
I'm hoping there might not be too much debate on this because we have canvassed this issue already. I don't see any hands up. So I just want to, again, to explain the process. If you vote for Councillor Free's amendment, that is the one that will go into the substantive. If you prefer the option put up by the Mayor, the 5-1, you vote against this one. Is everybody clear on that?
I'm voting again.
We don't need to talk about what we're doing, but if
I don't need a right of reply.
Oh, sorry. So 4.5, you vote for 5, you vote against. Okay. Then you vote against both. No, and we're going to stop having talking about how people are voting while people are voting. Councillor Calvert, Councillor Chung, Randall, Nico online. That is lost. So we now go back to the substantive and anybody who wishes to contribute to that debate, but you don't have to. Deputy Mayor Fung.
I just want to really specifically talk to Dee. Just being in the Newtown area, there are a lot of derelict buildings, some that have been there for nearly up to 2 decades. and they are really holding the township from moving forward. And more importantly, many people live on top of the retail spaces in Newtown. So these are potential homes in a prime area, also along Adelaide Road. So I would have liked to have seen this to be a bit harder, to be honest, but I'm happy just to support the mayor's 2 to 3 years, but I will be angling to bring that in sooner. So thank you for bringing it anyway, the main, yeah. Look, I've got to be honest, this one is about the commercial rates, the differential. I won't be supporting the reduction, but I can tell you it doesn't sit easy for me. I've got a lot of, very friends and know people with small businesses, and yes, they are really finding it hard, and the rents are a key challenge. But I do agree that it is I agree that we do need to be looking after our people at this time. So as a priority, so that is where I will be placing my vote today, and that we can contribute to the city and our town centres in other way to make it good for businesses. Yes, and that is it from me.
Councillor Young.
It's the first time I've spoken today. So I'd just like to remind you that the differential was increased. We were taken to court about it some years ago, then it was increased a couple of years ago because it was a way of really disguising the fact that we were putting the rates up, and it was to take the pain out of it for the residents and put it onto the commercial sector. We have the highest rates in New Zealand for the commercial sector, just like we have the most expensive theatres. So this is only returning, I'm just talking about the whole thing generally, we were just returning it to what it was in 2022. And interestingly, the Productivity Committee recommended that we get rid of the differential. Of course, the irony is that they're being got rid of anyway, so there we go. But I would just say, the commercial property owners, there are all sorts of sizes of commercial property owners, but the ones in the CBD do also pay the downtown targeted rate. And we should be trying to be business friendly, not business punitive. Our rates are too high because we're spending too much. That's a theme I've had for a long time. And we just have to stop stocking it to business. Businesses are not a big ATM machine for council. And we have to stop price gouging. So I'll be voting against, I want the differential to come down. I'll be doing anything I can to vote for lower rates to make Wellington affordable.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. Kia ora whanau. Look, I'm opposing the world's transfer from the households to the top commercial landlords. I will not be voting to increase the cost for households while supporting those who are struggling but relatively okay compared to the households. Let's ask you 3 reasons why I'm doing it. Let me begin with why we are doing this. This will likely provide most benefit to large commercial landlords. Let's see the 10 top commercial ratepayers in Wellington. They get 1.1 million. In comparison, if you are saying, like Councillor Brown, want to support coffee shops in Lalbe or small businesses, let's see the bottom down 10 commercial properties, how much they're paying. $36. How much they get as a result of this? Commercial cut, $1. So how are we supporting those small businesses? I'm getting the number. You can confirm it with Andrea. Those numbers are from officers. So how that is coming, that is another question. You can deal with it. So look, we are not supporting those small businesses. And to pay for the 1.1 million, you have to charge households $160 each from 6,000 to 9,000 households. That is combining Berhampur, Island Bay, Newtown, and the whole Brooklyn residents should pay $160 each to pay for the 1.1 million. It's my understanding most of you run saying that you want to decrease the rates, but now you are increasing on households. And you're saying you want to support the small businesses, but those small businesses, one, as I told you from the figure that I have, The bottom 10, they are not getting nothing. They are getting almost nothing out of this. Households, they are getting punished. The third point is Wellington didn't vote for this. I think when we make this kind of big decisions, if you are, from side of, the council like me, we just say, yep, we might increase rates, but we're gonna make sure every dollar counts. And if you are on the right, you just say, Councillor Ray, this is one of your biggest campaign, you want to put rates down. But now you are increasing $160 on 75,000 households in Wellington. If you're voting for this, you need to have answer to those households when you go back to them, because you are increasing. To benefit whom? Again, I'll repeat it, the top 10 commercial properties. There are about 5,000 commercial properties, 4,900 in Wellington. Businesses, you said, small businesses like in Wellington, 9,000 of them. But for what they are paying, residents are coming and using services in Wellington Central. And we are collecting the rubbish in Wellington Central. We are providing a lot of services in here. That is what those businesses are paying for. I think my time is finished, but all I can say is this is a wealth transfer from the bottom to the top. It's not supporting small businesses, it's supporting big businesses. In the middle, 75,000 households is gonna be collateral damage. That's not even collateral damage. You're fighting with those households. So I will be voting with this. I really encourage you all to vote against that. My second point is the rates remission for first home build. I think it should be staying there. I will be voting for that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thanks for being. I just pointed to my watch, so that was very nice of him. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. I love the selective use of data. So, look, I've been on council for 7 years. In 2018, we put the differential up from, I think it was about 2.8 to 3.25. And I thought that was fair because, it's the way the property values have increased. And I thought, no, the residential ratepayers can pay, they need to have things leveled out more. But when I looked at it, and then when we tried to do that in 2022, and we did do it, so we went from 3.25 to 3.7, I did my research, like Councillor Brown, I looked at it more in depth, and I thought, what are these commercial ratepayers getting extra that they should be funding? And we know in the last few years, in particular, because of the pandemic, because of people's changing work patterns, we're not getting the same amount of people in our central city that we used to get. They're all out in the suburban areas. Yet our central city businesses in particular are not only paying the differential of 3.7 times, they're also paying the downtown levy, which this council collects $17.3 million this year from that. They're also paying the commercial targeted rate, which all commercial businesses across Wellington City pay. So, that's the trouble when you compare us with other cities as well. So it's all very well saying, well, this is what Christchurch does, but what else are those rating units paying for? So you can't just look at one particular rate. You've got to look at the entire package, and we are not doing that here. So for Auckland, they pay 2.6 times the rating differential, and they don't pay the downtown levy that our businesses do. And I don't believe they pay a commercial targeted rate. They pay a small amount for beautification of the central city for pavements, but they're not paying anything extra. Now, I'm not promoting that we don't have a differential, because I agree there should be a differential of some sort, because businesses can claim GST, they can claim it off their income. But the 3.7 times is utilizing those businesses to fund more and more services that they are actually not benefiting from. So we need to make sure that we do find the right balance, and bearing in mind the businesses have overpaid for the last 5 years, because we've tried to make them pay more than their fair share. And so we've tried to say, look, we want you to pay 44% of the general rate. Now remember, we've got 80,000 rating units. 5,000 of them are commercial. They're funding 44% of the general rate.
Can you start to wrap it up, Councillor?
Yeah, I will. And so, look, I think the thing is we need to make sure that we're basing our decisions on the evidence, on the facts. If you look at how many people submitted, very few really understood the differences of why the differential was there. No one wants to pay more rates. Of course they don't. So, but did we present the information in the way that they could actually have a say? But most people in Wellington want to be fair, and this is about fairness. So, and I counsel all of you to look at a lot of the empty commercial places and also to talk
Please
to
wrap it up, Councillor.
a lot of the commercial landlords who have dropped their rent, have dropped to get people in because they've had to, and they've been carrying the increases for some time now. So this is just really righting a wrong.
I'm very conscious of time, and many of you have now put your names on the speaking list. We have 4 papers to go, so I would like you to consider very carefully if you need to speak. If you do need to speak, to not cover off material that's already been covered, and I am going to start now strictly enforcing the time limits. Okay? Councillor Chung.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Juryman for reminding me of my pledge and my platform. And yes, you're absolutely correct that I want to lower the rates for everyone. But I have to say that this is one of the most difficult decisions that I've come up with. It's not the most important, perhaps, but one of the most difficult, because I support the businesses because I know that they're hurting. I talk to them frequently, and I know they're hurting, and so they need help there. But as I said to Councillor McNulty, changing the rates doesn't make any difference to me because the tenant pays for it, and so they're making the savings, or they're paying the extra. But I'm not comfortable with the residential ratepayers paying more to try and do this. I'm out to reduce the rates for everyone, and so it's very difficult. But I see the argument for both. So I've probably got about a minute to decide how I'm going to vote, but it's a very difficult decision, and I think you need to consider everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I'm going to vote in favour of changing the rating differential. Rates are really what we charge our residents for services we deliver, and as outlined by the Chief Financial Officer, a rating level of 3.5 times is really, we need to be able to justify what we're giving to businesses, what we are giving to businesses as a council that justifies this level of investment. This was the source. The inability to justify it was why we got taken to court before. I also want to note that this rating goes right across the whole city. For example, if we want to look at the Southern Ward, it's interesting. The value of the average value of the business there, of a residence there, is 1.3 million, but the average value of a business there is 1.6. Yet the business in the Southern Ward pay an average of $14,700 in rates versus $3,600. They're getting really slammed, and they're your local businesses. Most business properties are quite small. And it's important that people understand that people are doing it difficultly, are struggling, both at home and in work. General rates, we need to see this, and we can see this, in terms of empty buildings. I mean, empty buildings mentioned along through Newtown. They're empty for a reason, because they can't get income. I also want to speak against the vacant land consolidation. One of the interesting questions that hasn't been raised is, where do earthquake-prone buildings fit into this? They're vacant, they're derelict buildings. And we're going to go to these people who are struggling to raise money to strengthen them, charge them 5 times the rates. It's simply ridiculous. Of course, we're going to then moderate it with another one, later on. But this is really, really fraught with problems. I'd also note that for high-density housing to concern, urban planning says we need to consolidate properties. That sometimes means that people have to buy one property and hold it until the next property is available. Otherwise, we can't get the high-density housing that is the foundation of this whole urban plan. There are good reasons why land will sit vacant for a while, and penalising people to immediately develop it is very, very bad practice and against what our own district plan wants to have happen. So I urge you to vote against those elements. I urge you to vote in favour of the commercial rates and against this crazy vacancy rate, which is really fraught with problems and is going to probably end up in court. Thanks.
Councillor Panovich, did you?
Thanks. I'll keep it to time. Just I'll focus on the differential because that's something I know quite significantly, having dealt with a lot of commercial leases. So the whole reason you go for a net lease versus a gross lease as a landlord is because you pass the risk on to the tenant. So the risk for a tenant on a net lease is exactly what we're literally debating here. You pass the rates on. Rates increase, you pass it on. Insurance increases, you pass it on. So effectively, every net lease in Wellington, the tenant will benefit from this. And we don't unfortunately know what the degree of them are, but I can tell you it's quite high. Because on a gross lease, if you can get a gross lease, it's good. It's better for the tenant because they're not being charged when those increase. Because generally, we all know rates go up, and so does insurance, so do costs. So it's always better to be on a net lease. And I'll just comment on this discussion we're having around the 10 largest commercial ratepayers that we have. So they pay $15.4 million a year. Okay, so ignore what they're getting as a saving, which they are likely to pass on. They are paying $15.4 million, contributing to our ability to do things. So we may move that slightly. Hopefully, we'll get some additional economic benefit out of them because they'll be able to generate more business, which is what we want ultimately. Thank you. And I will be voting for these.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I'll try and keep it quick, but this is important to me. So, look, I came into this the most open-minded I think I've been on any decision around council so far, and it was talking to our bids to businesses and seeing the practical impacts, not so much the hypothetical, is this right or the wrong thing to do, which I guess has been more debated at this table, but how does the practical impact of this flow through? And seeing that has hardened or, shaped up my view. So something I wish I'd actually put in my amendment, not that I suggest someone puts it in, is to actually make this a for every LTP a review period, because as Councillor Brown and the Chair have pointed out, this should just be as a matter of process, I think, something we look at on a once per triennium basis. It definitely doesn't need to be set once in the ground, and it should respond to market conditions. Look, I think the end of the day is that the people that voted for me would be incredibly unimpressed if during a cost of living crisis I voted to pass on massive reductions for supermarkets who have price gouged them out of everything in their grocery bill from the City Council on the back of $160 for every ratepayer. And that's almost as simple as it comes, plus the CSMS levy, plus wherever we land on the general rates, wherever that is. Finally, I think if we're thinking about, the business climate, the reality is we have a new government down that road that is going to be very friendly to the business community. They said you're not going to have to pay your staff as much because we're going to scrap FPAs. We're not going to increase petrol taxes. They're going to do a lot of practical things that are going to be very good and probably more meaningful than this actually for the business community. So in a sense, we can look at this in a bubble and just think of it, in the high level of 3.7 to 3.25, but I am trying to look more holistically. And, then again, we also know we have the GST deduction, so the net levy is actually anywhere from 1.6 to 2.2. But the one thing that's come out of this that I wish we'd explored was actually Councillor Randall's early idea of a suburban commercial rate, because I think that's where I would be really interested to see whether we deliver the value for suburban businesses, whether they're justified in a 3.7 versus what we might see in the central city. And with the benefit of hindsight, I wish we had been able to explore that, but perhaps the next council might be able to. Thank you.
Councillor Pannett.
20 seconds. First of all, some of us actually like to pay rates through the chair. This is what we do to live in a decent society. If we did not do that, we would have no roads, we wouldn't have no parks, we'd have no swimming pools, etc. The second thing is, this whole thing about having low rates is what's caused enormous problems. It's why we haven't put enough money into our water, because we've kept rates low, for example. So when people talk about low rates, does that mean that you don't want to invest in the water, or you don't want to invest in climate resilience, which will ruin our city? So I think we need to really shift the conversation on rates.
Because I love you all, I'm going to waive my right of reply and we will get on with voting. So we will start.
Can we have a division as well for them all?
Yes, we can have a vision from them all, for them all. Division. All right, we'll lump together 1 and 2. Oh, can we do 1, 2, and 3, and then we do 3A? 1, 2, and 3. No, that's not. Oh, we do 1 and 2. Yes. So we. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Councillor Wineta?
Are we voting on 1 and 2? Sorry, I couldn't quite hear what was happening.
Yes. Those are those. Woohoo! Woo! All right. Now we are going to go to 3A. So that is to 3A. So if you wish to decrease the commercial rates differential, you vote yes. If you do not wish to change from the status quo, you vote no. We're going to do that separately. But can we try and refrain from commenting on how we're voting? That's why I'm going to explain it all. Councillor Wineta? That has failed. So now we go to 3I. But that doesn't, we don't need that now. It lapses. Both. Oh, do you want us to vote? Okay, we're going to do them, sorry, even though we probably don't need to. So the first one is to phase it in. Phase in the thing we're not doing. It doesn't make sense at all.
Sorry, members, just to be clear, because we've already put it, we can just vote it down, but because it's already been put up and debated and it's been in the substantive for some time, so just get this one done.
Oh, okay. Vote it down, please. Seeing I can't take it out. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean that. Standing orders are weird, right? You didn't? Tim? Well, that's... No more yellow. That has failed. All right. We're going to keep going, and so this is 3A2.
Be naughty. Oh. I wanted to make a point.
Okay, can you please vote? Right, yes. Tim? No, that has failed. Right, okay, let's focus now because we still have papers to get through. Next, we go to 3B. This is introducing a general rates differential of 5-1 on vacant land and derelict buildings. Yeah. That is carried. Terry, did you mean to do that? Okay. All right. Terry, do you want to change that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Terry, Councillor O'Neill was voting in favour. Right. Three C. Terry, John. That is carried. D. This is direct officers to monitor the implementation and impact of the differential, but the words went away from my screen, so I couldn't read the rest. That is carried. E. That is carried. 4A.
For perhaps A to C?
No, 4A separately. Just change it again. We're still going. Change it to the whatever you do want to vote. No, red was for the status quo in that case. Yes, so that has won. Yes, but the resolution has won. So I'm sorry, we if people voted what they didn't, they're all being recorded. 4B. Oh, can we do some of these together? B and C? B and C. This is why we need to go faster earlier in the meeting, because it degenerates like this. This is why. So next time I'm grumpy. Sarah, you need to vote? We'll vote against it if you don't want to vote. Let's not continue debate during voting. All right. 4D.
I think there might be a slight spelling mistake in this one after all. I think it should be contribute rather than contributes.
Thank you for that, Councillor. This is why you don't go this long. It's an S, yeah. We can fix it. That is carried. Is there anything that people wish to take separately now?
We'd have number 6 and 7 separate, please.
Okay, so we'll do 5. 5 is the in-principle resolutions, which then go on to a bunch of other work. Councillor Wineda? That is carried. We now go to 6 and 7, which is the Māori freehold land. Six and 7 together. Councillor Abdurrahman. That is carried. 8. That is the waste will come back to us. That sounded weird when I said that. Ooh. Councillor Chung? You did. Great, thank you. That is carried. We are now going to take a 5-minute toilet break, and when we come back, we are going to get focused on doing the rest of the papers. Thank you. Diane, you're in the room, you have to come and vote, please. To extend the meeting. John, you have to come and vote. Running, John, running. Oh, and Holden now. You all have to come and vote, and it's to extend the meeting. Terry, can you vote? That's all right. Sarah, can you vote to extend the meeting? No, that's all right. Nico, are you there? Iona's, we'll zoom in. I don't know if you're there, Iona, online. Anyway. If you're online, can you vote? This is to extend the meeting. Councillor Pennant, if you're online, can you please vote to extend the meeting? That is carried. Next, we move on to the exciting investment policy and liability management policy. It's the finance homies. No, my Sarah and Andrea to introduce the paper.
I'm going to own that. Kia ora, councillors. Within the Local Government Act, there is a suite of funding and financing policies that we're required to adopt. And these are really important inputs into how we prepare all of our funding and financial information for the long-term plan. The revenue and financing policy is one of those, and we've been discussing the inputs to that policy in the previous discussion. We also have the investment policy and the liability management policy. We have reviewed those in conjunction with PwC, who provides us with Treasury advice. We have made subsequent updates based on a workshop also that we had. For example, I think there was some feedback at that meeting that we needed to incorporate like the IFF and the fact that we're using that mechanism. So we've included those in this policy, and we're now seeking your approval for the policy itself.
Are there any questions, councillors? There appear to be none. Thank you both. Councillor Panovich is going to move this paper. I'm going to second, and John is going to say something.
I'm in favour of this paper, so that's all I need to say.
Does anybody wish to speak? No, you don't. We will go directly to the vote. Councillor Pennant, and okay, that's great. Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Thank you to the finance homies. The future by local government. Nau mai, Emily Deans, ki te horo o te kōrero, and Baz. And to introduce the paper.
Kia ora tātou katoa, ko Emily Cadenhead-Deans, tōku ingoa. So I'll just do a quick introduction, especially to that amended substantive there. So the purpose of this report is to seek agreement on the future by local government consensus outcome paper prior to the local government special general meeting on the 11th of December. So this paper was produced in response to the final Future for Local Government report's 17 recommendations following 2 in-person events and online engagement with elected members across the country. So this is intended to be a long-term document to support the direction of the Future by Local Government work over a number of years. So earlier this week, after this agenda was published, LGNZ changed the voting process for the special general meeting and will now allow votes on each section separately. So officers are still recommending endorsing all 5 sections. However, we have amended the substantive to enable councillors and Puiwi to vote on the sections separately if you wish. So if the special general meeting approves the package or parts of it with a majority vote, then the next step would be looking at the package and deciding which parts of it would resonate with the government right now to develop advocacy material. So LGNZ National Council would guide that process with input from the advisory group. So Mayor Whānau will vote on behalf of Wellington City Council at the special general meeting, as agreed by your votes today. Wellington City Council has 1 vote at that meeting with a weighting of 8. Deputy Mayor Foon, Councillor Chung and Councillor Free will also attend the meeting as delegates. So happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions, councillors? There appear to be none. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Foon is going to move this paper.
Yeah, kia ora, and I think Emily's given a really good overview, and what I do want to say is LGNZ ran a pretty amazing process getting councils from all over the motu together twice to have these hui and work on a consensus position together. And I think if you can imagine the diversity that we have as a council and then multiply that all over the Aotearoa, you can imagine the different types of positions that many councillors held. So to get to this position is a really amazing feat. But I think we know that if we don't unify in a position to go to work on this together and to work with central government for a long time, we really won't have any hope in hell of going anywhere. So I urge you strongly to support the positions that you agree with, but it would be great as a council if we could be united and then support the Mayor to make the vote for us on Monday. Kia ora.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to speak? Does anybody wish to speak? Councillor Chung. Councillor Pannett, sorry, I had you first online.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, okay. Apologies that I've had to leave. Look, I'll just be really brief. I'm going to vote for this paper, but I have to say with some disappointment, I just feel in the 21st century, the commitment to Te Tiriti is far too weak. And being in that second meeting did feel like we were sort of back in the 90s. I think we need to do much better there, but look, it's better than nothing, so I will be supporting. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
I was also at this meeting, and it feels like we were possibly at different meetings because that was not my view of how the meeting went. I don't believe that there was much consensus. I wasn't comfortable with the way it was actually run. I felt that it was meant to be equal opportunities for everyone to speak to all these subjects, but I found it actually wasn't the case, and that some people couldn't take their seat at the table to actually say what they wanted because the people sitting at the table, they were meant to take turns, and they some of the people refused to vacate their position and so dominated the speech. So I agree that we actually do need to have a common voice to present to government, but I think it's going to be very difficult. So it's going to be very difficult to actually agree on a lot of the different subjects. But what to do about this, I don't know, because how do you get agreement between such disparate councils and views? And I found that the difference in views was not just in the subject that we had, but also in the size of the councils that were represented there. It seems like the metropolitan representatives had quite different views and different priorities to some of the smaller councils, and so the issues were quite different. So of course the priorities were different. So it's I do agree we need to keep pushing forward for the best result, but I think it's certainly not going to be a consensus. Thank you.
Doesn't appear to be any further debate. Do you wish to speak in right of reply?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that the Section 3 creates stronger, more authentic relationships between local government, iwi, hapu and Māori. The conversation was really healthy and really it was great to see so many Māori representatives and Māori ward and really good, robust kōrero, and there was a great, landed in a great place. So, yeah. That's all I think. Oh, and if you are concerned about the funding situation, really what I do like about what happened is we're lifting that conversation up to say rebalance the country's tax take between central and local government. So really, I think if we really want to lean into that conversation, local government, LGNZ is the best place for us to do that. And this is your chance. Thank you.
Okay, we will now put that to the vote. Nobody asked for anything? No. There's Nico. Can you get Nico back? That is carried. We will now do actions, tracking and forward program. Stephen.
We'll take it as read.
Take it as read. Is there any questions? There don't appear to be any questions. I will move and Councillor O'Neill will second. Is there any debate? There is no debate. We will go to the vote. Laurie, you need to vote. Yeah. Now we will move to go into public excluded for the item of CCO board appointments for reading to the reason to withhold to protect the privacy of individuals. I will move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Young, thank you. We're voting on that to go into public excluded. Councillor Pannett? I know going into public excluded is your favourite thing. Oh, and Councillor Wineta, we're voting to go into public excluded if you wish to vote. Now you're here, you have to. Councillor Pannett? Okay, we'll just have to proceed with that vote. That is carried. We'll just give it a minute to turn off the live stream. yourselves. Unahia, unahia,
Kia
unahia, ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te wairua. E te ara takatū, koe ara e rongo whakairia a ki runga. Kia wātia, ai rā, ko wātia. Just